Hello, everybody. Welcome back to We Like Dota League 2024. We are in the playoffs, and we've got a rewind cast for you of a series that I heard was very worth watching, and very much deserved a cast. This is an upper bracket quarterfinal match between Raven's Black Death and Razzil Dazzle. I'd show you the bracket, but my bracket already has the results of this match filled in. So I do know how this match ends, but I will not be spoiling it for us as we watch. And we should be good to get right into it. Let's check out how this looks.
Dire team ban.
So Razzil Dazzle finished towards the bottom of the Crown Division. Raven's Black Death finished at the top of the Circlet Division in the group stage. So Raven's Black Death was brought up to the Crown Division, where they were given Razzil Dazzle as their first matchup in the quarterfinals.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a pretty interesting matchup to watch because we have not seen these teams play against each other before. And I think we really have. These players are all people who have been around for plenty of time, so they've played together and against each other before. But not in this specific combination by any stretch of the imagination. Alright, for bans, we've got Nyx Assassin Dragon Knight taken out by Raven's Black Death. We've got Dark Willow and Chen banned by Razzil Dazzle. Strilling, a known Chen spammer. So that hero gets taken away from her.
Radiant team ban.
Mars taken out by Raven's Black Death as well. See if they go for the Dawnbreaker ban, because I know that is a favorite of Razzil Dazzle.
5 seconds remaining.
Pony Ride, an absolute Dawnbreaker mid enjoyer. Jakira going to be the ban, so they'll let the Dawn through. We expect to see that be the opening pick for Razzil Dazzle then.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the Nyx Assassin kind of banned in anticipation of the Dawnbreaker, a really nice pairing together. Nyx is also a good counter to the Dawnbreaker, so maybe he could have tried to grab it on Raven's Black Death's first pick. Anti-Mage taken out by Razzil Dazzle. Maybe setting themselves up for a Medusa pick later. Want to protect it early. There's the Dawnbreaker. Immediately, Raven's Black Death answer with the Tusk. This is Comedy Bronze specialty, I believe. Very, very strong position 4 hero in their right hands.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, Silencer going to be banned out. That's going to protect the Dawnbreaker as well. Very frustrating to play Dawnbreaker into a Silencer. You try to Solar Guardian globally into a fight, and you get silenced globally by the Global Silence, aptly named ability.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick.
Legion Commander and Enigma, the next bans that come out. Enigma, I don't remember if we've seen Razzil Dazzle pair it with the Dawnbreaker before, but it's a nice combo to go Black Hole into
10 seconds remaining.
Solar Guardian.
5 seconds remaining.
What will RBD be cooking here? Raven's Black Death, they have done some fun drafts. They have Praetor playing mid for them in this series rather than Zac, their usual mid. Throughout the group stage, Zac, I believe... Yeah, Zac never replayed a hero. And Strilling only replayed a few. Warlock gonna get picked up. That'll be Yield Raven's hero. One of his specialties.
Dire team pick.
Bat Rider. We've been seeing Sergeant Sarcasm playing this Bat Rider in the position 4 role, and it's been pretty impactful. It's gonna be annoying for this Warlock if the Bat Rider can get to them. It's a way to disrupt the fight, stop the soup from cooking.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock Warlock comes with like a pedestal, apparently. It's probably something weird about how his model works with the Golem and how like in some screens he gets shrunken down a bunch. I've never noticed that before. Haven't seen a ton of Warlock, but I feel like we've been seeing more of him recently. Yeah, only picked in 9 games across the league. Actually banned 17 times, which surprises me. It is a really annoying hero in lane. Like, I can certainly imagine teams that just do not want to deal with a Warlock.
Radiant team pick.
Undying their response from Razzil Dazzle, so they'll pick up a strong laning position 5 of their own. Maybe the opportunity to flex it into a core role, but I've not been seeing much of that lately. I think it's pretty safe to assume it'll be
10 seconds remaining.
position 5.
5 seconds remaining.
So should be seeing some cores out of RBD here. Should give us a better idea of what direction they want to go to in their draft. Maybe see like a Lifestealer as the response to the Dawn and Undying picks. Like already seeing pretty strength-based, high HP heroes. Somebody to be able to cut through that. Definitely looking for... I mean, you're always looking for something high damage, right? But, like, something to be able to chunk through all of that in particular. Something that's going to be resistant to this Bat Rider, too, which is not easy to come by. Honestly, the Lifestealer feels decent into that as well. It's like, nothing can stop you from getting lassoed. A Dispel would be nice. They pick up the Nature's Prophet, which is interesting. We've mostly seen this played as a support, so maybe this means that Tusk is getting moved to core. Warlock core isn't out of the question either, and Nature's Prophet certainly can be a core. So now this draft is a little spicy from Raven's Black Death, which again is something we've come to expect from these guys. And now the Sand King. So I really don't know what position... Like, the Sand King lately has been pretty locked to the off lane, though you can certainly play it mid. But if it's in the off lane, is this a carry Nature's?
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like carry Nature's is the most likely, and lanes pretty well with the Tusk. You put the Tusk... 5, you probably still have Comedy Bronze play it and just swap. Then you have the Warlock with the Sand King. Like, those are pretty good lanes. And you leave your mid for overall last pick. I don't dislike the idea of that at all. Timbersaw picked up by Razzle Dazzle. So they see a couple strength heroes on the other side of the board and pick up another durable hero to chunk through these guys. Also, nice answer to the Nature's Prophet of just cutting down trees. Got to be careful about how the Sprout is used. Accidentally end up amping up the damage of the Timbersaw if you try to Sprout the Timber or a hero near him by giving him more trees to work with. So I like this answer by Razzle Dazzle. I don't know. It doesn't feel like they have much to deal with this Sand King. In Sand King, I feel like it's easy to sleep on how much damage this guy outputs.
Radiant team ban.
I think it's a little bit of a sneaky pick into this pretty tanky lineup from Razzle Dazzle. Definitely gonna need magic resistance built up on Razzle. Klink's gonna be the ban from Razzle Dazzle, so they're thinking one of these heroes is mid and one of them is offlane, most likely. I mean, you could put a Klink's mid as well. They really, like, Raven's Black Death can kind of do whatever they want with these 4 heroes. I still think it's most likely the Tusk and Warlock are supports. But Natures and Sand King are pretty flexible between what lands they're playing in. Yeah, maybe the carry ban is pretty on point from Razzle. Naga can get banned out. Razzle Dazzle definitely looking for their carry here. Illusion Heroes, I mean, kind of protected by the Timber Saw, but a little scary to pick into last overall pick. Raven's Black Death could easily snag like a Sven or something. There's the Drow. That's when I see an Undying and you're looking for a carry. Like, Drow is the first place my brain goes, because those heroes lane so nicely together. Tons of slows, big beef wall to stand in front of your ranger.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
One last ban here for Razzle Dazzle before they make their last pick.
Dire team pick.
They take out the Medusa. Honestly, I feel like they could have picked the Medusa. If they're comfortable playing it, maybe you don't like it into the Sand King and the amount of control you get from like a Tusk and Nature's Prophet. Could be a little hard for Medusa to operate, but like, you banned out the Anti-Mage in first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, maybe concerned that they couldn't cover it if they did want to go for it. Maybe just not in their comfort. What do they want? I feel like you can just go for something straightforward. Like, you have jump, you have tank, you have catch. You can maybe go for a little more catch. You have a lot of slow, but not a ton of lockdown. Like, you're only really working with lasso and spin. Yeah, that'll do it. They grabbed the Sven for themselves, so that gives you some more lockdown, plenty more damage. Super tanky lineup now. 3 strength heroes and a universal who used to be a strength hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you just slam the Lifestealer if you're Raven's Black Death? It's definitely tempting. Doesn't go, like, it can be a little annoying to play with the Nature's Prophet and try to get into the Sprouts, but I mean, Sand King and Tusk are both good infest targets. They go for the Alchemist. So they get a tanky boy of their own. It's a Christmas Alchemist. Sweet Sven set with the matching helmet and shield immortals. I like what Super Nintendo has going on for the Timber Saw. This Undying set is pretty good too. I like the hat. I have not seen that hat before. Sergeant Sarcasm, I remember this Bat Rider set. It is very good. I think doesn't actually have the immortal bat equipped. I think that's just the effect being put over the bat under it. Bunny Ride's got the good Dawnbreaker set. Praetor was a pretty decked out Sand King, but not a lot of matchiness. Kind of similar for Will's Nature's Prophet. So this is offlane Nature's mid Sand King, I believe. Christmas Alchemist. Raven with a sick Warlock set. Look at that puppet for the hand slot. Love that. Comedy Bronze with a solid Tusk as well. Hat Draft. It's close. I think there's hits and misses on both sides. The supports are putting in so much work for Raven's Black Death, but I think overall I prefer Razzle Dazzle. This Warlock set rules, though.
I come, and I command.
Prepare for battle.
Why are my arrow keys not working?
The lesson for you.
Oh, am I in... I'm in directed camera, that's why. That's better. So yeah, because this is a replay cast, I'm live. So I can respond to anything in chat immediately. We can also do replays. If we see cool plays that I want to watch again, just pop this open and run it back. How many Bronze and Yield Raven gonna get spotted by the Razzle Dazzle crew? Praetor in the area as well. Could get a little bit of a bash. Razzle Dazzle gonna back up. Sweet Pumagoo caught in the shards. They turn over towards the side, though. We're going to get a 3-man unstable concoction from Strilling. Right back at them, though, with the Stormhammer. Praetor chases in, but slowed up by Pony Ride. Now Praetor's the one in a bit of trouble. Back towards the dire bottom tier 1 tower. It's like they're all just going to go their separate ways. Love that both carries throw out a sick 3-hero stun, and
The battle begins.
then they just walk away. Oh, they go back in for the rune, though. Yield Raven gets controlled up. Oh, another 3-hero stun. This one's Praetor with the Burrow Strike. That gets Yield Raven out of there. Bounty Rune denied by Wills. Hold on. I want to see this deny. Oh, because Pony Ride's going to chase in and get the slow, yeah. It's the nails to deny. Very nice. Hopefully we don't get too wonky. I'm going to try not to do too many rewinds, because the game tends to get a little confused when you jump back in time. But it's nice having that feature available so we can check out things that I miss. We have to make sure that we get first blood on the screen, because even if I miss it, we can go back and watch it again. So yeah, Sand King versus Dawnbreaker in the mid lane. I think Sandbreaker is going to... Sandbreaker, wow. I think Sand King's going to enjoy this overall. Pony Ride out to the first level 2. Warlock and Natures is going to be the lane combo for them top for Raven's Black Death. It's going to be... I mean, both of these lanes are pretty scary to go into. They have both of the strong laners up against each other in the Warlock and the Undying. I'm pretty surprised if they end up putting Raven top on the Warlock. They go double range top, double melee bottom. But you're only... well, you're dealing with a Timbersaw, which is not a hero that you really want to be 2 melee strength heroes into. So Super Nintendo should have pretty solid lane down here. Flame Break from Sergeant Sarcasm, just going to be a bit of harass. Stable Concoction getting cooked by Strilling. Throws out to Sergeant Sarcasm. Trying to set up the pull, but it looks like the bat will be able to prevent it. Comedy Bronze had actually already pulled the creeps. That's all taken care of. Strilling going to keep these from crashing under tower so the lane doesn't get pushed back the other way too hard. Over in the mid lane. Praetor getting gone on by Pony Ride, but has the Burrow Strike. Swing back the other way. Yeah, the damage from the Caustic Finale, the Sandstorm, there's so much just, like, casual damage that Pony Ride is going to have to deal with. Eventually we'll have the Luminosity. That'll help with it. So top. A little low on the Razzle Dazzle side, but has the Tombstone to work with. Stormhammer going to come out for the last hit. Like, Pony Ride gonna swing up, get that Bounty Rune, refill the bottle. Checking if that was gonna be a potential rotation. Praetor's sitting at about half. Pony Ride gonna look to get in right behind him, but into the Sandstorm. No blue ward. Might have gotten dewarded by this early sentry from Raven.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Razzle Dazzle in the lead as far as last hits go. Not by a crazy amount. Like, they have all 3 cores on top, but Praetor's right there with Pony Ride. Wills is right there with them as well. Sterling the one the farthest behind, but still by less than a wave compared to Pony Ride, so not in a bad spot, especially considering this is a Timbersaw lane. If you're coming out close to even, and you're an Alchemist, you're going to be A-okay. Maybe some harass as the bird pushes them forward. Praetor a little low in the mid lane, Pony Ride as well. Exchanging blows, but no kill found. Top, Sweet Pungu, and a little safe. Mort cuts their way out of the Sprout. Pretty clean Dota so far from these teams. We're just going to take a good amount of harass. Oh, doesn't quite get the last hit with the Stormhammer. I can do replays of things I didn't see. I can't do anything about things that I saw that I wish I didn't. So, unfortunately, we will have to live with any of those that come up. Spread it up again. Mort taking a good amount of harass. Starting to fall behind now. Just a bit. I mean, still dead even. Wills is ahead on denies here. Down pot. Yeah, I mean, these heroes are also tanky. Like, now they are going to look for something on Sterling. Nice flame break from Sarcasm. Yeah, I mean, just like 900 HP, heals right back up. Who cares? I have the next Lotus is coming up. Sergeant Sarcasm just going to walk right past Sterling on their way to get this, but now turns back. Thing over here a little too early. Sterling does manage to scare the Lotus. Who got the Lotus up top? It's like Raven grabbed it, passed it over to Wills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm impressed Sterling's actually ahead on XP here. I think because Calm Me Bronze has been doing a good job staying out of the lane. As now they go forward onto Sergeant Sarcasm, not quite having enough damage to get through, and now Super Nintendo going to turn back around on Sterling. Had the wand charges, also still sitting on that Lotus. And Sterling's just going to be able to walk it off. Wills looking for Sergeant Sarcasm to step behind the tower, TPing over. Sarcasm does a good job staying close to the tower, not giving the Nature's Prophet an opportunity to find the quick pick-off for First Blood. Mid lane's still looking pretty even in both heroes. Pretty content on health and resources. Bottled Illusion Rune for Praetor. Not really something you're going to be looking to gank with on the Sand King. Probably just holding it to dispel something. Drops the Sandstorm for some harass, but they're still pretty chill. I didn't pay attention to the runes. Those both go the ways we expect. I think with Wills teleporting when they did, looking for the kill, wasn't actually able to secure. Go over and TP for the rune. They engage forward on Strilling, but here comes Pony Ride. Praetor trying to make the rotation over as well, but Strilling goes down. Pony Ride picks up the first blood with that Solar Guardian. Super Nintendo Chalmers, they want to try to find their response. Ults out from Praetor, and they are going to bring down the Timbersaw. Pony Ride does the shortest TP I've ever seen, save for something accidentally done in base, and Comedy Bronze, looking to punish, chases forward with the Snowball, but it's not quite enough. They'll have to settle for Sergeant Sarcasm instead. Double kill for Praetor. Razzil Dazzle get the first blood. Ravens Black Death, they answer back with 2 kills from their mid laner of their own. And end up coming out on top there, even through the first blood gold. Nintendo and Sterling still going at it, but Wills is teleported over. They've got the Sprout on the Timbersaw. Block them in for now. Does have the axe to cut through. Sterling now taking a good amount of damage, and there's another Whirling Death, and Sterling's just going to go down. Off of their own engagement, Wills now has to escape, and Sergeant Sarcasm's hunting. Has the slows from the sticky napalm. Can they bring down the Natures? Sprout is there. No Quelling Blade for the Batrider. Has 2 Tangos available. It's finally going to eat their way through. Has the Flame Break. Super Nintendo Chalmers looking to connect. Snowball through onto Sergeant Sarcasm, making the space. Comedy Bronze has been crushing it already on this Tusk with some of these plays. Giving their cores, like, not the macro game space, but it still feels like space in these fights. Just, like, setting them up to be able to disengage safely in so many of these situations. Meanwhile, top has been pretty quiet lately. Raven just cooking some soup for Mort. Ooh, damage amp on Praetor.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They chase forward onto Super Nintendo Chalmers now, trying to punish. Under the tower, Praetor has another epicenter and brings down Super Nintendo Chalmers again. Now chasing forward onto Sweet Pumagoo. Nying does not quite have 6. It's only stolen a little bit of strength. One more click would probably do it. Praetor picks up the double kill again. Sand King feasting on this bottom lane. Now going to go back over to defend the mid tower. Still has a good amount of damage, or time on this damage amp rune. Has the Blink Dagger finish as well. Pony Ride is going to back off here. Those Caustic Finales, even just level 1, with the damage amp rune doing a solid amount of damage. Pressure coming out on the top tower with Undying backing away. Mort taking up farm in the jungle. Take a look at our net worth here. Yeah, Praetor up at the top, having all 4 kills. Yeah, all 4 kills for the side of Raven's Black Death. Now we're going to get the God Strength stun up on Earled Raven and connect with the Solar Guardian. Raven tries to turn, looking for the Chaotic Offering, but did not quite have the mana for it. Will's just going to use the Sprout, walk away.
A slight improvement.
You do have, between Dawnbreaker and Timbersaw, you have good tree-cutting options for this Nature's Prophet. It's not going to be the most necessary for everybody to have a Falling Blade in this game. Praetor, nice dodge away, but now Sergeant Sarcasm sitting right in behind, has the Flaming Lasso, and they bring down Praetor within the Sandstorm. That is a big kill. Goes the way of Sergeant Sarcasm. So, good amount of gold, going to help that Blink Dagger timing for this Batrider. Pretty close to it already at 12 minutes off the back of that one. It's going to be pretty scary for Raven's Black Death if Sergeant Sarcasm able to get to that Blink Dagger that quickly. Which really turns up the tempo on their team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Razzil Dazzle squaring up around the mid tower for the moment, it looks like. Praetor and Comedy Bronze, they're nearby as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Strilling not exactly at the point an Alchemist would like to be, but is going to look over towards Super Nintendo Chalmers, but ends up hitting themselves as the hook shot is there. Not the hook shot, the timber chain. To escape the unstable concoction.
Radiant are scanning.
I'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dazzle still just kind of posturing around mid. We've got the mid laners and both supports for both sides. Wee bit of a party lane. But the party, it's like everybody's waiting for the party to start and don't really want to start it themselves. They don't want to be the first ones to arrive to the party. Nice deep vision by Sweet Poo Magoo. It's that observer up in the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Ooh,
attack.
stun out from Praetor. From the burrow strike, Sweet Poo Magoo gonna get caught and brought down.
Like grains of sand.
We got 14-minute Wisdom runes up, Sergeant Sarcasm right on top of it for Razzle Dazzle. Nobody picking it up yet for Raven's Black Death. Praetor gonna go right up under the tower and bring down Pony Ride. Has the epicenter available. Comedy Bronze looking to connect as well, and that's going to be a dead Dawnbreaker. Raven's Black Death holding a steady lead through this portion of the game. Have had really a decent dip the other way. Net worth. This had to be around when Praetor finally went down for the first time, but right back to dominance for this Sand King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sprout onto more. The Sven has been quite unbothered so far. Working on the Echo Saber. Has the Mask of Madness for that farming efficiency. Strilling and Super Nintendo going at it again. Timbersaw continuing to keep this Alchemist farm down. Sergeant Sarcasm rotating in behind as well. There with the Flaming Lasso. Praetor there to interrupt, but the Solar Guardian comes down on top. They bring 5 heroes down here for Razzle Dazzle on Raven's Black Death. Snowball save from Comedy Bronze, but it's not going to be enough to get Praetor out of there. Now the Tusk is going to be the one in trouble. Turns with the Walrus Punch, wants to find something, but not going to find anything at all. Well, I tried is correct. Very, very commendable effort from Comedy Bronze there.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Razzle Dazzle now, they strike first in terms of towers. It looks like Raven's Black Death, they are pretty well positioned to get a quick response. This bottom tier 2 is going to be under pressure now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like Razzle Dazzle, they will relent now. Head over towards the mid lane. That mid tier 1's going to be their next target. This one should go down pretty quickly as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Hype early on the Timbersaw for Super Nintendo Chalmers. I like that, because you've got... this Sand King has been the biggest problem for you already. And I feel like part of the advantage of Sand King is you're dishing out all this magic damage, and it takes so long for the enemy team to pick up a Pipe of Insight. So getting it this early on Razzle Dazzle, that's going to now really hinder what Praetor is able to do in these fights. Does have the Veil of Discord, so that's going to help offset that. Working on the Aghanims, which also does quite a bit of extra damage for you. Strilling with the unstable concoction cooking, trying to find vision on Super Nintendo Chalmers, not quite going to be there, but Will's scouting it out. They have a way to interrupt this. Comedy Bronze looks for the snowball, but it's not there quite in time. We're just barely missing vision on that. Sergeant Sarcasm showing up. Praetor has found Sweet Poo Magoo again. Ice Shards and Sprout. Saying absolutely no way are you getting out of this. They do at least find a kill there. I was going to say a return kill, but nobody on Raven's Black Death actually died. Yeah, didn't get to see, like, just saw it there for the escape, but we do have the Blink Dagger already on. There it is again. Already there for Sergeant Sarcasm. So Razzle Dazzle, I feel like that's such a big timing that you have to be looking to play around. The cores are all kind of just split up around the map farming. More finding some good space over on the Dire side. With this deep vision from Razzle Dazzle. Sweet Poo Magoo dropping this while they pressured this tower earlier. It's really opening the door for Mort to be able to steal farm on this part of the map. Spot at Will's here, too. Does not have a lot of mana to work with, so Mort gonna look to set up, and they've got the Solar Guardian to connect, and Wills is just gonna get shredded. Sweet Poo Magoo gonna get caught farming out a little too far, and Praetor is there for the punish. Smoke up immediately. It looks like, did they spot out under vision Sergeant Sarcasm? No, they're gonna head back over to the buy angle, meet up with Strilling perhaps, maybe head towards Super Nintendo Chalmers. Will's gonna go for the TP in behind. Comedy Bronze gonna be the one to set up. Praetor blinks in as well. Drop the rock, drop everything. Can you bring down this Timber Saw though? Timber Chain away, still at half health, looks for the TP away. What do you have for stuns left? Burrow Strike is not up in time, and the Timber Saw just walks away completely fine. That was like everything. That was all 5 heroes dropping like all of their spells. And Super Nintendo Chalmers just frankly didn't care. I have Insight Sanj as well, so shaking off those disables. Razzle Dazzle now look to be setting up around their Tormentor. Going to pick up that free shard for themselves. Got BKB and Echo Saber finished on Sven, looking at the Aghanim Scepter next. Pony Ride has the Deso finished, working on an Echo Saber of their own. Kaya is not far away for the Timber. Torm gonna go the way of Sweet Poo Magoo, so you've got that nice save with the grab ally on Tombstone. See, Radiance and Yasha finished on the Alchemist, looking at a Sanj to pair with the Yasha next. Will's playing a little dangerously near Mort. Gonna be alright. Has the Gleipnir done for the natures, so a little extra control options, which will be useful. So you've got quite a lot of heroes that you can't really afford to let move around as much as they want to. You've got the Timber Chain on Super Nintendo. You've got the Celestial Hammer for the Dawnbreaker. You've got the Blink Dagger. You've got trying to drag you away with the Lasso. You're going to have the Aghanims on the Sven, though I don't... can you still travel with the Stormhammer if you're rooted? I think you probably can. You've already got BKB as well, so the Gleipnir not doing a ton to the Sven, but it's okay. It's not really the hero you're picking it for. Praetor blinks forward, grabs the Invisibility Rune, or Pony Ride can. Keep an eye out for if they make a play with that. Wills out hunting behind, just getting some chip damage with the trees. Actually should be able to just bring this tower down, yeah. Top tower on the Radiant side, though, getting brought down in kind. Mort finishes that one off. Razzle Dazzle, do they want to try to steal the Tormentor? It's a little risky to go for without taking this tower, so maybe... I mean, they've still got a good wave. They're going to force Raven's Black Death to come over here and fight. Praetor and Yield Raven the first to go in. Burrow Strike on the Timber Saw, but how do you bring this guy down? They drop the rock. It's looking pretty good, but now Mort is going to get right in on Yield Raven, stops the soup from cooking, and now Solar Guardian in on Super Nintendo Chalmers. Praetor trying to chase forward. Still have the Epicenter. That gets brought out. But Praetor, they just turn around and bring them down. Raven's dead as well, and Comedy Bronze dying somewhere in the mix as well. And now Wills is caught out all alone, getting slowed up by the Tombstone on the high ground. And it's a triple kill for Pony Ride. 4 heroes hit the deck on Raven's Black Death, and that's the tier 2 tower they wanted. They've still got the Tombstone actually runs out. Don't have that for the Tormentor, but well positioned now with all those heroes dead. More than Super Nintendo, though, they're just like, let's go high ground. Let's at least force out another fortification. Then we'll step back, we'll pick up the Tormentor. Should still be able to get this for pretty free. They even... No, that's not the God Strength, that's just the War Cry. So yeah, now both supports have their Shard. You've got the attacks for the Sticky Napalm. I don't play enough Batrider to know how effective that feels as a support. At the very least, it's more slow and control ways to get more damage with your Flaming Lasso. So, certainly is not unwelcome. Drum finished on the Batrider on its way, so that's going to be another move speed buff to help you drag that lasso target back even further. Aghanim's getting close to completion for Sven. Razzle Dazzle, this game felt quite even, but they're taking pretty solid lead at this point. Blink Dagger, along with the S and Y for Strilling, finished. Mort checking out Roche also has the Aghanim Scepter and most of a wand on the courier. Going to send the wand back home. They're going to set right up into Roche, and Raven's Black Death not particularly in the area to contest this. This looks pretty free at this point. Yeah, first Roche going to go the way of Razzle Dazzle. They are going to look to set up on the Timber Saw. Can they bring down the Timber this time? Aegis is picked up. They go to teleport away. This time they have the Snowball to cancel it. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Oh, they interrupt before the Timber chain can connect. Was that actually... Did Wills... Hold on, I wanna watch that back real quick. Did Wills block the Timber chain with the Sprout? No, it's the Walrus Punch that interrupts it. Okay. No, Jon Snow. The Sand King was mid against the Dawnbreaker. Praetor had a very good start to this game. Honestly, is still in a pretty good position. Oh, that's Zach. What up, Zach? Yeah, no, Dawnbreaker was mid. Signature Pony Ride Dawnbreaker mid. And yeah, Praetor was owning at the start of the game. And I think is still in a pretty good spot. I think they've just... I think the biggest reason Praetor's fallen off a bit from the early lead is the Timber Saw got an early Pipe of Insight. And that magic resistance really slowed down what Praetor was able to do. Fighting instead of farming, yep. Yep, that'll do it. Got Assault Kuros being worked on by Strilling. Blink Dagger finished on Tusk. We've probably already seen that. Just going right for the Ags. blink, kickback, dangerous stuff. Good answer to the reposition of the Batrider. I love seeing these games where you have these super high reposition abilities. Razzle Dazzle still at the Aegis for 3 minutes. We got kind of caught up talking about the Timber saw death, but that Aegis did get claimed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sets up Razzle Dazzle pretty solidly to be able to push down this tower. Raven's Black Death mostly out elsewhere on the map.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Picking up what farm they can, waiting out this Aegis. When you give up the tower, but you're not, like, taking a hard fight into the Aegis, so kind of makes sense as your option to wait things out. Yeah, we got the Aghanims finished on Praetor's Sand King. That Sandstorm becomes very, very scary for them now. About halfway through the Aegis. See if Razzle Dazzle, I mean, they can probably get this last tier 2 here. Looks like that's what they're looking to set up around. So it'll probably turn into the high ground defense game for Raven's Black Death. But they've got a Nature's Prophet. They've got good tools to keep these waves pushed out. They have, honestly, a ton of wave clear. Like, even once you get Megas, this game is not over by any stretch of the imagination because of how much AoE Raven's Black Death has here. Yep, Razzle Dazzle, they'll claim the last of the tier 2 towers. Sterling and Pony Ride playing near each other up top, but not really looking to engage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Down bot, Razzle Dazzle gonna start looking high ground. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis. Super Nintendo Chalmers eats the Golem. Praetor has that Sandstorm going. They get the root up from the Gleipnir, but Timber Chain away as soon as it's done. So Raven's Black Death, they successfully discourage the push from continuing for the moment. Pony Ride sitting on that Solar Guardian, so we didn't have the opportunity to jump into this fight at any point they see fit. It is nearly 100% uptime on the Sandstorm. The plus 50 Sandstorm movement speed, which I believe means it's the movement of the Sandstorm itself getting buffed by that. He's now stun up on Praetor, but able to Burrow Strike away. Mort getting brought in deep to try to finish this off and only doing so much damage to Sterling. Pops Chemical Rage. Sergeant Sarcasm getting brought low. Timbersaw right in the middle of everything, getting controlled up as well from the Yules. Interrupt on the chain from the stun, and Wills finds the kill. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Sterling now chasing forward with the Unstable Concoction. Stuns up on Sweet Poo Magoo. Finishes off that kill, and then Wills TP's in to follow up on Mort. 9 seconds left. They're just going to leave them in the Sprout. Oh my goodness, they're going to heal it up with the Solar Guardian, but the Aegis is going to expire. Now turns over towards Praetor, but able to escape into the Sandstorm. Pony Ride, meanwhile, sets up on Wills, brings that down. The Soup holding Pony Ride in place, and they kill off Mort just after the Aegis expires, so they have another stun for Pony Ride. They do not, but they kill every other hero on Razzle Dazzle. Raven's Black Death, they defend and then some, losing only the Nature's Prophet, and suddenly are right back into this game. Yeah, win probability advantage coming out of that fight when it was their own high ground getting pushed, when it was the enemy carry with an Aegis. They time it beautifully, they kite out the Sven, put them in tree jail from Wills, and say, no, we're killing you precisely when we need to.
I'll take your tribute.
It's got to be some pretty big item timings here. You get the Wrath of Nature Ags for Wills. Omnibron still making the way towards the Ags. Yield Raven probably heading in a similar direction. Just sitting on a ton of mangoes for the moment. Keep that mana pool going as much as possible. Strilling finally up at the top of the net worth where the Alchemist belongs. Has the Assault Cuirass finished, looking at a BKB next. Looks like Basher is also on its way. Yeah, Basher is on its way. Yule's being worked on by Sergeant Sarcasm, have that Dispel option, also a little more move speed for your Flaming Lasso. Super Magoo looking to go back and finish that Solar Crest, as Will's going to get spotted by Mort here, trying to chase through the trees, but has the Shadow Blade. Will staying in the area, Sergeant Sarcasm blinking over as well, has the TP if Sergeant Sarcasm gets vision here. Oh. And the opportunity to drop the Flaming Lasso, but does not end up finding it. And yeah, with the game getting suddenly very even again, both sides getting pretty content to farm. Scan from the Dire, spots them in the triangle, which means they know that Praetor's likely alone. Sarcasm goes in, but gets stunned up by the Sandstorm. Praetor trying to get the Burrow Strike off, and the Epicenter, BKB to walk away. Can Praetor actually get out of this? Sergeant Sarcasm wants to try to deny it, has the slows coming in, and there's the Aghanim Scepter. Stun from Mort. Superman flies in and finishes off the bug. And while up top they juke out, Strilling, Super Nintendo did not see that tree for the Timber Chain. And now they're just going up high ground with the Sand King dead. They know that that's one of the bigger threats on the RBD side. Nature's Wrath comes out to help delay it, kind of clear out the Tombstone as well. Raven with that soup on the burner again. Can give Praetor time to respond. Razzle Dazzle, they're going to come back around, try to threaten this bot tower again. It's where things kind of fell apart for them. The Sprout up, but able to hit through it. Big rock drop into the Gleipnir. Now setting up the soup, Mort able to back away. Comedy Bronze with the Ogre Seal Totem to flop out of there. Golem still looking to connect. Super Nintendo Chalmers cleaning up the Golem. And Raven's Black Death, they hold again. The Aghanim Shard on the Dawnbreaker alongside the actual BKB, so tons of debuff immunity for the Dawnbreaker. As Praetor finds Sweet Boo Magoo, but maybe finding more than they expected. Comedy Bronze here as well. It looks like Razzle Dazzle just going to leave their Undying to be cleaned up. Comedy Bronze picks up that kill. Well on the way to the Aghanim Scepter here, holding plenty for buyback. Could have like half an Ags in the inventory. Still holding on to some raindrops. Monkey King Bar finished by the Sven. Counteract that radiance from the Alchemist. So it looks like going for the full Abyssal Blade before the BKB. So we get the Roar from Roshan to inform me, as well as Raven's Black Death, that Razzle Dazzle are taking Roshan again. Looks like RBD not going to look to contest this one either. Kind of heading in this area, but it does not look like they're getting here anywhere close to soon enough. Comedy Bronze going to be the one scouting out, but we're going to run right into Super Nintendo Chalmers. Does not get the chance to blink away. Timber Chain forward, Raven in the area as well, getting a little scary. So Razzle Dazzle looking to chase forward. Will's all the way in the back. Sergeant Sarcasm looking to connect as well. Praetor's there on the side. Yield Raven going to be the first target. Mort flies in and brings down the Warlock. Will's just going to look to TP out. Ooh, a little close on that one. Strilling just hiding in the trees. No TP available. So now Razzle Dazzle with a bit of an opportunity to look high ground again. have another full duration Aegis and cheese in the hands of Pony Ride.
Is under attack.
As Basher on its way for the Dawnbreaker. Get even more control out of the Starbreaker.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Abyssal Blade done on the Alchemist. Picking Razzil against Razzle Dazzle for maximum psychic
Dire's
damage.
courier has been killed.
Had not thought about that aspect of this draft yet.
Oh boy.
Burning Sarcasm trying to chase down Wills in the jungle, but able to escape. Just dodging that dust with the Shadow Blade.
Uproot and after them.
Tier 4 neutral items on their way out. Rattle Cage for the Timber Saw.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still just sitting on the Overseal Totem, though. I mean, the mobility from Overseal Totem, I feel like, is so valuable. Just even without anything else it does, the Personal Force Staff. Oh, they find Strilling in the jungle. Mort's right there. They bring down the Alchemist in no time. Vision pinged out. It's up on the ward spot. The Old Raven going for the Refresher before the Agnum Scepter.
Dire's top tower.
Prioritizing the stun, which
Radiant structures.
honestly makes sense.
Dire's structures are
Like, the two golems are nice. You do get, I believe, some extra stun duration from it. Drops the rock onto 2 as the tower goes down. Without Strilling, though, can they defend these barracks? Big root up from Nature's Wrath. Praetor gonna set up the epicenter. Don't have BKBs available, so it's 2 dead immediately. Praetor finds a third. Timbersaw able to escape. BKB back up for Mort after the respawn. Was holding it until then. Sprouted up, though, again. This time after the Aegis. The soup's on, and there's no way out of it. Mort can get brought down. So again, I mean, this time, they don't even get the barracks. They get the tier 3 tower at least. But it's the same spot as the last Aegis fight. And RBD does it again. This time without even their Alchemist.
Double degradation.
Strilling looking to connect with the unstable concoction behind the tower. Oh! The Wind Waker is online. Kick out of the base, but Flaming Lasso back in. If you don't reposition my friend, I'll reposition you. Both of those targets do go down. Strilling right into the base, throws out another concoction. This one does connect on Super Nintendo. Trying to fight before Mort is back up. Pony Ride gonna respawn here. Strilling tearing away at this tower with the Chemical Rage.
Dire's bottom tower.
Will's arriving now as well. Gonna get the Treants going into the buildings. Praetor right in under the tier 4. Strilling stepping up as well. They bring down Sergeant Sarcasm. Praetor, though, falls to Pony Ride and Super Nintendo. Strilling just trying to finish off these barracks. Taking quite a bit of damage. Chemical Rage has already run out. Raven getting chased down by Super Nintendo on the other side. Pony Ride not going to be able to bring down Strilling, and it looks like... Oh my god, Raven just sidesteps into the trees against the... Hold on. Hold on. Raven, how did you escape? Raven, how are you alive?
Dire's middle barracks.
What happens here? Oh, it's the Glimmer Cape. Not even in tree, well, kind of in tree. Steps back, and Super Nintendo just keeps chasing forward, turns the attention towards Will's, because they don't have any, D-Tech. Invisibility is invulnerability. And Raven just TP's on out.
Come, come.
So, once again, feeling pretty even. First net worth lead for Raven's Black Death of just about the entire game. Yeah. Yeah, even in the early stages had a little less gold. Was that a god? That was a god strength. Well, I'm looking at charts. Mort not able to connect onto Sterling, just out of range. Sterling keys up the unstable concoction just in case. Satanic finished on Mort. Another dispel option, another way to survive some of these fights. It's like RBD, they'll set up around their Tormentor. Gem picked up by Sarcasm. Sick of dealing with the Shadow Blade on the Natures. Also gonna be able to get some good D-wards going. Bloodthorn finished on Wills. So really amping up the damage now. Really nice control for like the Timbersaw and the Dawnbreaker. Especially Timbersaw not having a BKB at this point. I mean, it has the Windwaker, so I guess that's just as good of an answer to the Bloodthorn. What else we got going? It's like, is this Greaves on the way for Undying? Where's that courier? Nope. Not going for the Greaves yet. Content with the Mana Boots and Mechanism on their own. Working on the Lotus Orb for more Dispel. Super Nintendo Chalmers up alone on the high ground. Praetor and Wills are there. Forced to Windwaker away. And with the Ogre Seal Totem, item's so good. Like, movement ability in the neutral slot is a little absurd. Oh, meanwhile now, oh, just outside the Burrow Strike range for the Unstable Concoctions there. And this is a very dead Undying. That is Undying. As Comedy Bronze working on the Bongo Boots. So Nintendo Chalmers can get some harass down and actually use the Yules to set up for the Solar Guardian. There's a lot of damage going to Strilling. The lassos there for the follow-up. The Alchemist just completely caught out. Beautiful execution from Razzil Dazzle for the punish. They do have a Lotus Orb on Praetor. I was starting to talk about Dispels when fights started breaking out. Yeah, Dispels for stuff like the Flaming Lasso, the Sven Stuns. Pretty useful in this game. Oh, Praetor. Looking to punish the stun on Wills. Has the control in the Sandstorm. The Bloodthorn there as well. Still sitting on the BKB and the Satanic. So Mort should be fine. But inside the Sprout, just sitting waiting to get out. Now the Epicenter is coming in, but now turns with the Satanic and the God Strength. But just getting completely controlled up. Now jumps forward back onto Wills. It's pulled back into the Sandstorm. The damage over time is just coming out. But now all 5 of Razzle Dazzle set up. And Praetor getting left all alone. Comedy Bronze going to try to get in here for the save. Do they want to commit? The Flaming Lasso's there. Praetor is going to be able to survive it. Snowball comes in for the stuns, but Praetor goes down, and now Comedy Bronze going to be the one all alone. Gets flame braked out of the shards. No way to escape. 4 dead on Raven's Black Death. Razzle Dazzle. Roshan is available. Has respawned, I think, a little recently. I didn't pay too much attention to that timer. But they're just going to look to go right high ground. They want to finally get this bottom barracks. Are Raven's Black Death going to use the buybacks to deny them again? Razzle Dazzle finally get what they've been pushing for so long. Right now they're going into backdoor. They have quite a bit of damage. There's one buyback from Praetor. They do finish off the ranged barracks. Strilling in with the unstable concoction. Praetor follows it up. No BKB for about 10 more seconds from Mort. Stormhammer comes in. Sergeant Sarcasm gets hit by the Golem. Strilling right on top of Mort. God Strength's coming back up soon too. Praetor goes down. That's a dieback on the Sand King. Now the unstable concoction comes down, sets up the second Golem. The Refresher Orb finished for Raven. And Super Nintendo Chalmers jumps out to the side. Comedy Bronze getting control of the kickback towards the fountain. Pony Ride able to back up into the soup though. Now Strilling getting controlled up. Finishes off Pony Ride finally. The Golems, they're doing so much damage. And Mort goes down. Wind Waker away, but Wills is right there. Broken on Super Nintendo Chalmers. Sweet Pumagoo trying to help their Timbersaw get out, but the Sprout is there, waiting on a Whirling Death to be able to escape. Now the Abyssal Blade from Strilling going to set up the Unstable Concoction as well, but the Wind Waker, is able to connect, hits Sweet Pumagoo as well. They set up onto the two of them. Super Nintendo Chalmers trying to turn, quite a bit of damage coming out from the Timbersaw. Strilling though with the Aviana's Feather, but now the Flaming Lasso is there. They finish off Strilling. Super Nintendo Chalmers looking to get away. Golem's the only thing left chasing. And Raven's Black Death, they defend the melee barracks on the bot side. But overall, I'd say with the buybacks used, I mean, they do get more gold out of that somehow. But Will's, meanwhile, pushing the high ground up here. And with 3 dead, I mean, in a decent position to contest this if Super Nintendo Chalmers doesn't come over to help defend.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, here comes the Timbersaw. Silver Edge is available when you come out of the Yules. Sergeant Sarcasm looking for the Flaming Lasso and has the gem. The Silver Edge is not going to help him this time, but the Sprout's there. No mana for the Flaming Lasso, but it's not going to matter. Sergeant Sarcasm finishes off the kill. Wills goes down as well. Got about half damage on the tower, so not for nothing, but... a huge swing back, right? It was even for a little bit, and then Razzle Dazzle get some big fights and plummet right back into the lead. Oh, Praetor was hoping to find a dire hero coming through that gate, but just Roshan. I mean, it is Roshan. Ravens Black Death haven't had a chance to pick up a Rosh yet, and they're in pretty good position seeing it come through this gate. Third Rosh, so it's going to have Refresher Shard Banner. Razzle Dazzle, they're just pushing. They don't care about this Rosh at all. I mean, they should be able to get this melee barracks.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Yeah, they finish off the melee racks. But there's the Rosh. Did we mean to use the Refresher Shard immediately? I don't know. We'll see if it matters as Razzle Dazzle still in the base, take down another barracks. Some control there on Mort. BKB now trying to keep Strilling off. Connects onto 2, but is controlled up in the Sprout again. There's no room in the inventory for a Quelling Blade anymore. It's Punch up. Both sitting around, but another... Oh my goodness, the Flaming Lasso in the back. Praetor connects in with a huge epicenter, though. The Sandstorm still going on all of them. Sweet Pumagoo getting brought down, escapes into the Tombstone for now, but the Tombstone gets brought down. Sweet Pumagoo falls as soon as they come out of it. Oh, the Wind Waker is there, but the lone survivor for Super Nintendo Chalmers does get the kill on Comedy Bronze. Praetor in trouble as well. The double Chakrams finish off Praetor. It's Super Nintendo Chalmers against the world, and the damage, the control, the Wind Waker again! Do they have the potential to finally kill this Timbersaw? No, another TP away. I mean, overall, it's still huge for the side of Raven's Black Death. You wanted that full team wipe. certainly a swing in the right direction for him. Still holding on to the Aegis, too, which is pretty big. All the buybacks are available on the Razzle Dazzle side. Oh, up top, Will's getting controlled up by Super Nintendo Chalmers. Both Chakrams in, but again, the Invis. You really don't have a slot for Dust or anything, but it feels so tough. Respawns are starting to come out. Sweet Pumagoo's the first one back up. Strilling welcomes Super Nintendo Chalmers back to their base with an unstable concoction, and they're just onto the tier 4s. Will's going to work on the top towers, meanwhile. Strilling just going to tear apart the Tombstone first. Chemical Rage going. They don't have a ton of regen cancel for this Alchemist. Strilling is going to be able to blink away Super Nintendo Chalmers, trying to chase forward now. As all of Razzle Dazzle back up, can they get any punish? Oh, goes for the TP away, but the Stormhammer is there. Has the God Strength. Super Nintendo Chalmers set up on the other side. Chemical Rage, or Unstable Concoction, but now here is the Solar Guardian. That's just the Aegis, but it looks like it's going to be this Alchemist dying again. Stunned up, tons of damage. Will's, though, being an absolute menace. Brought down the tower, one of the barracks, trying to find the other one.
That's exact. Double damage.
So Razzle Dazzle on the push again, while Raven's Black Death wait for their Alchemist to respawn. Praetor on the hunt behind this bot lane push. They get the control up on Pony Ride, but turns right back around with the Harpoon. Now the kick back into the base. Pony Ride, even with the BKB, goes for the TP. Do they have the control? They have the punch. The punch is going to cancel the TP, and Pony Ride goes down. So Razzle Dazzle now going to be much harder pressed if they want to keep trying to push into this. Golem doing some scouting, going to get brought down. Raven's Black Death there. Setting up and chasing forward. Praetor gets the stun. Has the BKB, setting up the epicenter. Strilling's in on the Tombstone. Unstable Concoction's out. Sergeant Sarcasm trying to escape with both supports of Razzle Dazzle. They're going to get found and brought down as Razzle trying to get out. The cores just back away. Praetor with a double kill. Raven's Black Death, they find such a good punish out on the map after the kill on Pony Ride. Didn't expect that to just show up over the... I guess it says I'm spectating a game. It doesn't say I'm casting a game. Raven's Black Death now. It's their turn to go high ground again. Stormhammer up. Mort just trying to delay as much as they can. Try to get their team to these respawns. Barracks have been evened out. Here's the buybacks. Pony Ride respawning naturally. Solar Guardian looking to connect in on to Comedy Bronze, but able to escape. An Unstable Concoction into the Snowball. The damage is there for Mort. They bring down Comedy Bronze, Strilling in the middle of everything. Will's looking to connect as well. Praetor showing up. Here comes the Sandstorm. Here comes their damage. Strilling just eating up so much of this damage with the Chemical Rage. Turns out to Sergeant Sarcasm. That's a dieback on the Bat Rider. Strilling does finally get brought down, so Alchemist hits the deck. BKB for Praetor means they'll be able to escape. Will's TP's away as well. So, they get an important kill. but it comes at the cost of some similarly important ones. 3 minutes away from that 60-minute mark. Start taking a look at buybacks instead of net worth. Those 2 buybacks, it's a big timing for the side of Ravens Black Death here. Looks like they're likely going to have to use 2 buybacks of their own here. We'll see what they choose to do. There's the Alchemist buyback. Praetor trying to hold Razzle Dazzle at bay. That Sandstorm. Very annoying to deal with. Periodic stuns coming out. Mort going to just go right up towards the tower. Comedy Bronze going to buy back now as well. Ravens Black Death all setting up. Sterling jumps in on top of the tombstone. Deal with that first. Super Nintendo Chalmers a little in no man's land now. Golem dropped on top of the Timber Saw. The rest of Razzle Dazzle, they're all out. Mort looking to come back in, but your Timber Saw is already almost dead. Big Stormhammer in on top of the Solar Guardian. Controlling up, Comedy Bronze is going to be dead. Gets the kick back out of the base. Gives Mort a little bit of space, but now the big damage from the Epicenter. Sterling as well. 3 dead. Now Mort comes back in, controlled up. Praetor finishes them off as well. All 5 of Razzle Dazzle brought down. Buybacks coming out, but again, 2 heroes already having used their buybacks. Means for now it's going to be a 4v3. They're going to see if they can hold on to Mort's buyback. Ravens Black Death now with an opportunity to try to close this out before we even see 60-minute items. A 4v3 push, assuming we get the Sven buyback. Alchemist very slotted up. BKB in the backpack. Strength Blink acquired. Golem and Alchemist, they just want to go right for the end. Start going over the tier 4 Strilling. Trying to do as much as they can, but they don't have the BKB available. Will stepping in as well, has the trees there. Timber Saw chasing through. Pony Ride setting up as well. And Wills is going to get brought down. Buyback came through from Mort. They all set up on this illusion. Try to clear things out. They do not want the Mega Creeps to arrive. Strilling, TPing back to base. Ravens Black Death, they do not capitalize on the potential push opportunity. It is all 5 buybacks for Razzle Dazzle on cooldown, though. Still 3 available for RBD. So the potential for 1 team fight to win it for RBD. Strilling and Mort dangerously close together, but now parting ways. They chase over towards Praetor. Do they see the Sand King? Mort sees the Sand King. Oh, stun up. Tries to find Praetor, but able to get Invis in the Sandstorm. Trying to chase forward. Oh, but the Burrow Strike escapes away. Strilling playing in the area, seeing if they need to go in. Praetor just going to get the TP away. Yeah, Will's big respect on the escape by Praetor there. Oh, long Timber Chain. Yule's up on Strilling, finding the Alchemist outside of base. Has the BKB, but the Flaming Lasso's there. Dragging away from the team. But now, oh my god, a massive Burrow Strike from Praetor sets up the Epicenter. Strilling on all of them. Praetor joining in as well. Comedy Bronze getting into the mix. Wills buys back. Damage is there. They finally bring down Mort. Setting up on Super Nintendo Chalmers. The Aghanim Shield. It's keeping the Timber Saw alive for so long, but the Golems drop from Raven. Wind Waker away, but Strilling right on top of it. Unstable Concoction to interrupt. And there's not going to be any escape for Super Nintendo Chalmers this time. Comedy Bronze is actually going to go down to the damage from the Timber Saw. Meanwhile, Wills finds Sweet Pumagoo and the Tombstone over on the side. And that, I mean, with 4 dead, no buybacks, looking like Raven's Black Death, they find exactly the team fight they needed at exactly the right time. And they are going to take this game 1. Pony Ride, 1 against 4, trying to defend against the world.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Treant's going to work, and here comes Strilling. Unstable Concoction, Praetor there as well. Everything connecting in on Pony Ride does get the debuff immunity for the moment, but the Treant's going to work on the Ancient. They fortify, but everybody's dead. There is no defense of this ancient anymore, and GG is called.
Radiant victory.
That is game 1 of this best of 3 series. Ravens Black Death, they come up from the lower division and strike first against Razzil Dazzle. I'm going to take a quick little break, but we're obviously not waiting for any teams. I've just got to get the replay for the next match downloaded, and we'll get right into game 2. So hang in there, and we'll be right back. Alright, we are back for game number 2 of Raven's Black Death versus Razzle Dazzle WLDL 2024 Crown Bracket, Upper Bracket Quarterfinal. Got the game open, so we can't... I don't want to accidentally show you the the result of the game. We get right into the draft. And we're good to go. I'm going to do the draft a little fast, just so we can get into the meat of things. That was long game 1. Similar bans out the gate. Doom taken out by RBD this time. I don't think they banned that last game.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant
Dark Willow, Warlock taken out. Big respect put on Yield Raven. Raven has quite a few level 30 support heroes, though. I feel like it is a player with a hard pool to ban.
10 seconds.
Raven's Black Death in general is a hard team to ban against. They have very deep hero pools. Timbersaw banned out by Raven's Black Death. Sterling does not want to deal with that in their lane again.
Dire team pick.
Shadow Demon taken out. We've seen Razzle Dazzle play that before. And Nature's Prophet. Respect put on the wheels here from last game. So we should get a pretty different draft from last game. 3 heroes that were picked last time around panned out. Will we see the Pony Ride Dawnbreaker again as the first pick? This team usually takes it if it's not banned out.
Radiant team pick.
They grab the Bat Rider first because they don't want that to get taken away.
Ten seconds remaining.
So if they do go for the Dawnbreaker, they will prioritize it a little later. Oh, I didn't check the chat last time.
Dire team back.
Grimstroke.
Grim picked up by RBD, so I think this will be Raven's hero for this game.
Dire team back. Radiant team
Decent
back.
block pick in case you're worried about double lasso coming out. Batrider and Grimstroke go very well together.
Radiant team pick.
Don't... Razzle Dazzle bans Dawnbreaker. I mean, I guess it pairs nicely with a Grimstroke. They also take out the AM again, so I think they just don't like playing against that hero. Slark banned out by RBD. I'm very surprised to see Razzle Dazzle ban Dawnbreaker, like their own signature hero. I think they could have just taken it, but maybe after not winning game 1, Pony Ride. Sometimes, even when you have that signature hero, like, you just want to play something else. You just spent 62 minutes playing Dawnbreaker and you didn't get the win. Like,
5 seconds
probably a time where there's like, give me something else, but I also don't want to have to play against it myself. And they steal the Alchemist for game 2. So now Razzle Dazzle has their own Razzle. Will we see the Dazzle? Could we actually get a Razzle Dazzle game in which they pick Razzle and Dazzle? I hope we get to see that at some point, if we haven't already. I don't think they've done that draft.
Radiant team pick.
Earthshaker.
RBD, meanwhile, they go Centaur Warrunner, likely for their offlane, and Earthshaker. I believe that's another Comedy specialty. I think that'll be your offlane duo, Centaur and Earthshaker. Maybe you throw Raven up top with the Warrunner, because Grimstroke Centaur can be a little bit of a better laning duo.
Dire team pick.
Good old peanut butter. So 3 beefy boys taken by Raven's Black Death. Primal Beast for even more initiation. Really nice pairing with the Grimstroke.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm a little worried that Raven's Black Death is going to be a little stacked up for these unstable concoctions. But the Primal Beast is nice into the bat, I feel like, because you can get back out if you haven't onslaughted yet. Centaur Warrunner I also really like as the answer to the Bat Rider, because you can Stampede out of there. If either of these supports get caught, though, they're just kind of dead. Lifestealer taken by Razzil Dazzle. So yeah, they see these 3 strength heroes, and... Oh, but that's interesting. It means they are putting the Elk not in the safe lane. I guess that's more common lately. Or it could be an off-lane Lifestealer, even. A little bit of a greedy,
Radiant team ban.
feels like a little bit of a greedy lineup. Razzle Dazzle, they ban AM and Medusa themselves again, which I still find interesting. Viper OD taken out by Raven's Black Death, so they're trying to set up for a favorable mid lane. I think that well, I guess it's kind of obvious already. Like the Primal Beast likely going in the mid lane with the Centaur or Warrunner. That's probably already assumed. But yeah, Viper and OD I think would both be really big problems for the Primal.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Clink spanned out again by Razzil. So I feel like they want an off-laner here. Oh, it's an Invoker, so it's an off-lane Alchemist. Or an off-lane Lifestealer. Those are your side laners. They're both going to farm a lot, right? Like, it doesn't really matter where they start. And your lane, which one you lane them with between Bat Rider and Lion, those are kind of both position 4s. So you've got kind of whatever you want here.
Wraith King.
You may now select your heroes.
Wraith King, the final pick of Raven's Black Death. So they go another strength hero into Lifestealer. But one that does get back up if they go down once. Oh, the theming of this Raven's Black Death hatch draft is absolutely beautiful. We have 5 very red and orange glowy heroes. It's great sets on the Razzle Dazzle side as well. But the coordination of this Raven's Black Death hatch draft is absolutely stellar.
Shouldn't have executed the blast.
Prepare for battle.
Gotta keep limber.
Alright. We are into game number 2. Razzle Dazzle looking to even up the series. Doesn't show it up here, but it's in the stream title if you need it. 1-0 Raven's Black Death at the moment. They took 62-minute slugfest. Oh, I'm still sped up. That's why everybody looks fast. I was like, why is everybody going so fast? Oh, the unstable concoction, Comedy Bronze stepping up forward. Oh, before they can get the fissure off, trolled up, EMP'd as well, and gets brought down.
We're off to an explosive start.
So Razzle Dazzle get their first blood in the hands of their offlaner. Pony Ride Invoker, excited to see. Looks like it'll be a Quas Wex Invoker, because starting with the EMP.
The battle begins.
Who's gonna get stunned up on the Bounty Rune. Praetor in with the trample. Flame Break back, but Sterling does still manage to grab the Bounty Rune. Wills looks like they'll get 2, so Raven's Black Death's gonna start off. Bounty Rune advantage. Super Nintendo Chalmers rubbing in around behind Sterling. Concoction, cooking, Sergeant Sarcasm keeping the vision up. Oh, the Wraithfire Blast not quite able to stop the Concoction. Sergeant Sarcasm with the Body Blocks too. Here's Comedy Bronze with the Fissure to be able to give Sterling some space. Flame Break comes out. Starting with Flame Break, interesting. I feel like you normally see the Sticky Napalm first, but helpful for those first team fights for sure. Raven, I'm literally casting your game right now. I can't join your party. I appreciate the invite, but I'm literally casting this series for you at this moment. Stun up from the unstable concoction. Oh, the flame break to the other side of the fissure! Oh, that's a sick flame break from Sergeant Sarcasm. Oh man, that's a nice kill there. Let's check out what's happening in the other lanes. Stomp down on Mort. Plenty of health to work with, though. I feel like once you see this Lifestealer, you can't put Comedy Bronze in this lane. I feel like it would just be way too free for Mort. Primal Beast versus Invoker mid lane. It looks like Pony Ride's ahead on the last hits, a little behind, by a little bit. A little bit behind on the health, though, so we'll see how the resources get them through this lane. Charges after the tornado. I feel like that tornado is the scary thing, is top. It's not a first blood, but we will bounce back to see that kill. Silence into the stomp. Double edge to bring down Suit Pumagu. Kill for Wills gets Raven's Black Death on the board. RBD, I mean, again, not a huge difference after the first few waves, but in the last hit lead to start things off. Bronze getting the brunt of the harass down in this lane. Mana's starting to dwindle. Clarity going for Sergeant Sarcasm to help you with that. We're gonna get a TP over to the mid lane as Praetor in behind the tower with the onslaught. Career goes down under the tower. Sergeant Sarcasm looking to help these creeps kind of walking off the Batrider's path. And Praetor tramples right back over the lane. Ooh, I think my rewind got Praetor stuck in the trample animation. That's going to be very confusing. Okay, the auto attack saved it. Needed to observe the Primal Beast doing something other than walking. Stun out the Mana Drain. Sweet Pumagu doing a good job of being as annoying as a lion should be. And things quieting down again. Both teams in both games pretty content with a largely chill laning stage. Sweet Pumagu does head over to the mid lane to help out. Feels like Praetor in a pretty good spot. The last hits are really still close together, though. I feel like Pony Ride always does a great job getting farm, even in a hard lane. Some harass coming out onto Mort. Oh, bot. Superintendent Chalmers gets blasted down. Comedy Bronze finishes up. Sergeant Sarcasm on the escape as well. Fissure comes down. Doesn't stop Sergeant Sarcasm's retreat. But also lets Strilling get in there for another crit. Onslaught forward from Praetor onto Sweet Pumagu. The trample's there and just going to tear apart this Lion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Strilling now as Super Nintendo Chalmers respawns, getting brought down. Pops out one little skeleton to push back.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Chase,
attack.
but that's just going to get burned down in the acid spray. Mort getting caught on the edge of the Inkswell after harassing Raven. Silence out again is going to take down that Phantom, stop the Embrace.
Were you watching?
Ooh, big Fissure onto 2 to split them up. Sergeant Sarcasm, but has the Firefly, so does not care about the Fissure as well, or at all, and between the Acid Spray and the Firefly, Comedy Bronze burns down. Pony Ride makes the rotation over as well. Strilling dodges out the Tornado. Pony Ride does manage to bring down the Courier, which had the magic stick on it, which is,
Dire's middle tower is under
I feel like, pretty important for once you hit 6, making sure you have enough mana, especially into EMP and Mana Drain. I think, are going to see at least one Wraith King death with Reincarnation off cooldown, because that is a lot of Mana Drain. Strilling definitely going to need the Shard in this game. Sarcasm right on top of the Wisdom Rune. Once again, Raven making their way over there to do the same. Will's completely out of mana thanks to Sweet Pumagu. Early Urn for the Invoker. I mean, I think that's standard, but before even Boots feels less typical. No Bottle either. So now they look to chase forward. Praetor showing up down the bot lane, stun up on Super Nintendo Chalmers, and Stable Concoction cooking. So we get Primal Beast off their back for now. While before another Onslaught wants to connect with that Pulverize. Comedy Bronze, they're trying to get around. Oh, nice Fissure! Doesn't fully block off the stairs though, so Super Nintendo Chalmers able to escape off behind the pit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sergeant Sarcasm getting some harassment out from Strilling. Praetor trampling up. Super Nintendo Chalmers standing their ground with the Chemical Rage. Comedy Bronze now comes in for the stuns. Super Nintendo, the Chemical Rage finally going to wear off. They start to back away, but now's their chance to go back in. Roar, Pulverize available. Fissure blocks off the path very nicely. Stun out from the Enchant Totem. So much control. Unstable Concoction is there, but finally they bring down this Alchemist. It takes many heroes and quite a bit of time, but in the end, it does seem to be pretty worth it. Will's quietly at the top of the farm here, even against what I imagine would be a very difficult lane, Lifestealer and Lion. Yeah, just right out in front of the last hits, is a little behind Mort on XP as down bot. Get a pair of kills. So let's watch that one back. Fissure out from Comedy Bronze. Sets up on Sergeant Sarcasm. They chase under tower. Sergeant Sarcasm gets hit by the crit, gets hit by the Enchant Totem, gets brought down, but Super Nintendo Chalmers is right in there to get the return kill on Comedy Bronze. Will's getting brought pretty low. Mort chewing right into the Centaur, but able to get enough speed to back away, has those phase boots ready to go, so able to match Mort on the speed front. Here comes Praetor with another rotation. Onslaught's through, but does not quite connect with Sweet Pumgu. Stun up, trying to escape with the Hex, but the Inkswell's there, connects. Ponyride makes the rotation in now, though. Slow out from Yield Raven, pulverized on the line, but Sweet Pumgu not quite brought down yet! The Infest, the turn, the stun on Praetor! Praetor is the one who will fall. Wills goes down as well. Great response by Razzil Dazzle. Meanwhile, down bot, Sergeant Sarcasm getting brought low as they fight Australian Comedy Bronze, but they don't finish that one off either. Nobody goes down in the bot lane. Comedy Bronze looking to defend the vision up here, but now gets stunned up. The Unstable Concoction pushed back by the Flame Break. Sterling stepping forward with the crit, has the Reincarnation available. Primal Beast rotating over. Sterling's going to go down once, but it's going to come right back up. Sergeant Sarcasm goes down. Nice Echo Slam on the creep camp. Super Nintendo Chalmers takes a ton of damage. Pulverized there. Unstable Concoction. Sorry, Alchemical Rage not going to be enough to keep the Alchemist alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So 7-7, very even game at this point. That kind of brought Raven's Black Death back to even, as up top, Yield Raven is brought down by Sweet Pumgu. First finger kill, nice one for the Lion, getting those damage stacks early.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Onslaught forward from Praetor, dodges the EMP and trampling on Ponyride. Sterling arriving as well, gets discouraged, but the TP cancelled. Sergeant Sarcasm arriving. Sweet Pumgu walking over as well. Do they want to go in? Do they want to get out? Still deciding. It's like everybody's going to back off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not quite to level 6 on the Bat Rider, so no Flaming Lasso available.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
East scooped up by Ponyride. Stun out on Praetor, connect for the Tornado EMP. Mango's there from Comedy Bronze. Maybe he was hanging on to those for the Wraith King as well. Make sure the Reincarnate gets off. Nintendo Chalmers on a solid pace towards that Radiance. And yeah, this is basically what I expected. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it's not the worst. Both queued up Radiance. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, EMP connects Ponyride with the Ghost Walk, able to escape. Flame Break pushes back Comedy Bronze. Just got the Flaming Lasso, but the silence is there from the Phantom's Embrace. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Sterling finds the kill, but goes down. Okay, nobody died in what seemed like the bigger fight. Let's go rewatch the secret real fight. The stun up, Unstable Concoction going as well. Big crit. Oh, goes for the TP away. Doesn't have the Wraithfire Blast. But, cancels the TP to turn to try to help get the kill, and it is enough to bring down Sterling. Trades their life and their TP to safety, secure the kill on the carry. Love that play from Sweet Pumgu.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Onslaught cancelled. Fissure on the back from Comedy Bronze. Sterling stepping up as well.
Dire's structures are
Raven's Black Death want to take this mid tower. All setting up around it. Praetor, most of them setting up behind it now, letting Sterling do the work with the skeletons. Have the Flaming Lasso available. Charge deep from Praetor. Inkswell connects, brings down Sweet Pumagoo, but there's the Flaming Lasso. Oh, but the Soulbind sets up an Echo Slam, stops him from being able to get out, but it's not enough. Comedy Bronze and Praetor both go down. Oh, Strilling, no, caught by the tornado. Gonna go down once, is going to respawn, reincarnate back off cooldown. Will showing up to not a ton of mana to work with, though. Strilling. Oh, the Infest to keep Pony Ride alive. Sergeant Sarcasm playing right on the edge. Mana Restore more pops out, and it looks like that'll be the end of the fight. Down bot, Comedy Bronze looking to set up on Super Nintendo Chalmers. Praetor TPing right in, and keep the action going. Tower does go down. Unstable Concoction out onto Comedy Bronze. Oh, not able to escape from the finished Radiance. Pulverize is there, but the Chemical Rage is so much. You get the stun from the Phantom's Embrace, but it quickly gets chopped down. Praetor trying to stick on top of Super Nintendo Chalmers, but how do you do enough damage into this guy at this point in the game? The Unstable Concoction's there. Praetor is just getting brought low too. Inkswell coming out, looking to set up the stun, get themselves a little more space. The Sunstrike from Pony Ride! It's not quite enough. Do they have a little last tick of damage, trying to keep the Radiance on, but eventually has to give up on it. Sergeant Sarcasm wants to be the one to finish it off. It looks like Praetor does manage to get out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Praetor, no health, no fear. Pony Ride, able to read it and step back and away. Top, Strilling and Wills look to set up on more Comedy Bronze in the area as well. Infests into the Catapult. Nice block by Comedy Bronze with the Fissure. Able to get off into the trees, though, and with that extra move speed on the Infest. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Flaming Lasso sets up another kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On the Primal Beast.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
We got Armlet done on Strilling's Wraith King, looking at the Desolator first for the biggest of crits. Sange for Praetor, setting up the BKB next. Raven, some wards coming out. Wills has that Veil of Discord, just going to Stampede away. Early Drum of Endurance on Sergeant Sarcasm this time, rather than going for the straight Blink Rush. Blink nearly up on Sweet Pumagoo's Lion. Seen the Spirit Vessel in action for the Invoker. Also has Boots of Travel, so being a Dawnbreaker enjoyer, wants to still be able to get involved around the map in these fights as much as possible. Super Nintendo Chalmers looking to dodge away from Praetor. Strilling in the area as well. Gonna step up with the Unstable Concoction. Strilling, oh, he's gonna see all of these heroes coming in, and Praetor, Flaming Lasso, Spirit Vessel, Sweet Pumagoo's there for good measure as well. Primal Beast gets brought down. New Bronze gonna TP away, but the Unstable Concoction's there, onto two. Strilling the Old Raven throws out the Soulbind, but nobody around. Inkswell not nearly enough to be able to survive. Reincarnation is available. Spirit Vessel and the Radiance burning down this Wraith King. EMP not quite on the mark, but does get stunned up again. Hexed up. All 5 heroes from Razzil Dazzle just sitting around waiting for Strilling to come back. Finger of Death is there. Sweet Pumagoo picks up their 3rd stack. And suddenly Razzil Dazzle
Radiant's bottom tower is under
up 16-9, looking pretty dominant now in this game. It's Alchemist off to the races, and Lifestealer right there behind him. looks like, yeah, a fight broke out as I started talking about this. It's not the worst thing in the world to have double Radiance, but it's generally not great. So we'll see. I mean, it looks like Mort still intends to finish this. It's nice for both of their farm. It's just going to feel a little suboptimal in the team fights, as in the mid lane, Raven's Black Death. Let's go back and watch that one. Yeah, with the Stampede and the Trample is a really nice combo. Just runs down Pony Ride off of the initiation from the Primal Beast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Razzle Dazzle looking to clean up the mid-tier 1 tower. Have not been much for building taking in this game in general. Smoke up for Razzle Dazzle in the Radiant jungle. Nobody really home though. Raven's Black Death, they're all playing up on the top side of the map. And Pony Ride is going to spot Strilling. Gets the Cold Snap. The Spirit Vessel down. Comedy Bronze splits up the fight with a Fissure, but Strilling's first life is going to be acclaimed. Soulbind is there, going to be a double Wraithfire Blast Fault. The stun and a huge Echo Slam! On to 3! Make it 4. Mort falls as well. Pony Ride just looking to escape. Do they have the detection for the Ghost Walk? It looks like Pony Ride will be able to get away. But oh my goodness. Comedy Bronze with the absolutely massive Echo Slam.
Dire's middle tower.
This is, I feel like it's subtle how good of a setup Soulbind is for Earthshaker's Echo Slam, because you get, like, you're thinking, oh, it only, like, keeps 2 heroes together, but the fight ends up being so played around the Soulbind. You got creeps in the mix, too. I mean, gorgeous. 408 magic damage. I think there was a big crit in there, yeah. Actually, no, that's probably just a normal attack, huh? That's a crit. Or just 2 attacks. Oh, Strilling, maybe staying a little too long. Razzle Dazzle, they come right back up into their jungle. Find the Wraith King without their reincarnate. Ooh. That unstable concoction is flying across the map, isn't it? Where did that go? There it is. Bonk. That came out a moment sooner. Does that mean, like, they were right on top of her? Yeah. I should have, like, chased that across the map. I love those. Because they were, like, right on top of the Grim. And it was just barely too late. Oh, they are going to all TP over for Praetor. 4 heroes come in, Flaming Lasso. Easy setup onto the Primal Beast. Razzle Dazzle, they're checking out Roche. Looking to be the first to claim an Aegis once again in Game 2. And it looks like the Primal Beast dead. Raven's Black Death, they're just out elsewhere on the map, keeping things pushed out. I mean, they do such a good job keeping their waves pushed out. Something I've noticed in some of their games I've watched. As Strilling gonna look to connect with Sergeant Sarcasm. Big crit but gets pushed down. Comedy Bronze stepping in, wants to find another big Echo Slam, but Pony Ride is not going to let that happen. Oh, the Cold Snap is so painful on the Earthshaker. Can they get it off? Not in time. Aegis picked up by Mort. Sergeant Sarcasm does end up going down. Strilling now getting chased out. First life certainly going to fall. Fire Blast goes into the BKB. Stun up. Will's right in the middle of everything. Stomp onto them. They're all split up. Mort just tearing into them. The power of the Life Stealer. The Aegis actually does end up going down. Super Nintendo, though, looking for another unstable concoction. Onslaught's there just in time. Do they have the move speed? They're going to start cooking the concoction. Sergeant Sarcasm's in there as well. Oh, the tornado connects. This guy's so dead. The unstable concoction pops on the Alchemist, but he's next to the Primal Beast anyway, and the lasso's there. Yeah, they did end up going through with the 2 Radiance build. And I mean, it's not working for them yet, so I can only criticize so much. MKB being worked on by Wraith King because it's like, damn it, there's 2 Radiances on their team. How do I hit anybody? Will's working on the Shiva's Guard. The Centaur, Raven's Black Death gonna set up around their Tormentor. Pretty good shards in this game. Either support you're very happy to get. Billy Raven gonna step away just in time. Yeah, that Inkswell for the Dispel and Spell Lifesteal and bonus movement speed? No, just more damage. Movement speed's on the talent. Powerful stuff. Mort kills Strilling. Where? Over here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Did I go back and watch that one? I guess so. I mean, Reincarnate was on cooldown. Farming a little low on health with the Armlet. Oh, Sergeant Sarcasm's there too. Is this just walk right into a lasso? Oh no. Oh, blink up. Flame break back. It doesn't even have the lasso available, but no need. Mort just tears right into the Skeleton King. I don't know what... Like, I feel like Lifestealer, kind of like Pudge, the implications that, like, Lifestealer's eating you. But if it's Wraith King, you're only eating bones. Unless you're sustaining yourself on calcium more than protein there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So with the Wraith King dead, Razzle Dazzle, they set up on the Radiant top tier 2 tower. Bring that one down pretty quickly. It looks like Sergeant Sarcasm and Supu Magoo wanting to sit on this Wisdom Rune. It's a little bit long to wait, so yeah, they're not going to stick around.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Razzle Dazzle, they're going to quickly tear into that middle tower as well. So all of the outer towers taken. 13k net worth lead, but we saw Raven's Black Death battle back from something similar last game. This still is not out of control for them. It's the scary thing is how much of this lead is in the hands of their 2 carries. Like, the other 4 cores in the game, all sitting at around the same net worth. This is... and the 4 supports pretty close together, too. Will's getting caught. Farming over in the jungle. The Flaming Lasso's there to secure the kill. Gets handed over to Mort. Killing spree for the Lifestealer. Oh, they find the Alchemist, though, in a similar spot on the other side, and they bring down Super Nintendo Chalmers. That's a big kill. It's both important kills, but finding that Alchemist is critical for this game. Looking at the Arcane Blink for the Alchemist. It's extra mobility. They've changed that so many times. Arcane Blink is, yeah, 7-second cooldown, and you get 200 health and 100 mana. Pretty good. Pretty good for an elf who just wants to be able to make sure you're landing these unstable concoctions all the time. Chase down some of these mobile heroes like the Primal Beast. And the... I mean, everybody's mobile when you press the Stampede button. Pushing out this lane. Razzle Dazzle, they're up in the Radiant Biangle. Praetor gonna step up here as well. Looks like Razzle Dazzle will respect the approach and back away, knowing they don't have their Alchemist for a bit longer. Gives Raven's Black Death the opportunity to get some map control back, take control of their Biangle again. Huh. Or I think that is Alchemist circling these wards. What is this? This ward sees very little. It sees, like, right here. I wish I could see, like, on the sentries it's a little more clear. Or, no, it's when you, like, place it, you can see what it sees. I wish you could see that in spectating. But it's, like, if anybody, whenever anybody leaves the Radiant base, Dire knows. And here it's actually Praetor stepping back to push the wave out. Both of the supports, they have their eyes on the ward. They set up the Flaming Lasso. Do have the BKB, and the Sange means Praetor's going to be able to TP away. The ward does its job, just a tough hero to be able to bring down. And it forces out a BKB, so not nothing. That's the 8-second BKB. That's a pretty big one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Manta style done on Invoker. Scotty queued up. Invoker is a universal hero now. So now starting to transition into this more right-clicky build. Yeah, did actually end up going Exhort before full Quas. Though I guess that's Spell Lamp now. It's not really... Yeah. These just give you bonuses to your spell casting. They all give you the same amount of damage because it's passive stats. MKB done on Sterling, so finally going to be able to cut through the Radiance blind. Manta done on Lifestealer, also has the Ags. Ooh, Flame Break back on Praetor and has the Flaming Lasso. Supumagu looking to connect in. The Sange, though, is there to help out. Finishes off the Soulbind, relatches onto the Invoker, but Sterling's just in the middle of all of them. MP not there in time to prevent the reincarnation. Comedy Bronze jumps in. They spread out pretty nicely. The Echo Slam doesn't do too much. Does manage to back away for now. Oh, Mort Gets in the Finger of Death out on Sterling. Super Nintendo Chalmers now setting up on Comedy Bronze. Mort explodes out of Wills, looking to finish off the Centaur. Stomp doesn't care because raged up, too angry to be stunned. Praetor gets left behind in the back. Mort finishes off Yield Raven. 4 down at the cost of just your 2 supports. And suddenly, things looking very open for Razzle Dazzle. Right up into the high ground. So much damage on these 3 cores. They have the Assault Cuirass, these buildings. These buildings are going to get chewed up.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's
Barracks
middle
go
barracks
down. Super Nintendo makes the call. Let's go top next. We're going to have most of Raven's Black Death back up. Supports for Razzle Dazzle still making their way back here. Finish off another tier 3 tower. I mean, look at the speed that just with regular right clicks they're bringing these down. Sergeant Sarcasm back in. Blinks in for the Bongo Boots. 2 sets of barracks found off of that fight. Massive for Razzle Dazzle. Very scary for Raven's Black Death now. Supu Magoo working on the Aghanim Scepter for Lion. Raven's Black Death. A little far out, a little scary of a position. Sterling blinks forward. Oh, the Tornado is going to catch Wills. Let's come back down quickly enough, so it looks like they'll be okay. Roshan about to respawn. Razzle Dazzle well positioned to start looking for it. It'll spawn on the Dire side. Would have been moving up there if it had spawned already. Looks like they're pretty good on their timing. Reading that it should be up soon. Timer graphic a little bit bugged because I did some rewinds. They're going to go right in. They are going to get scanned out, but Raven's Black Death don't know that they can really do anything to contest this. Wills is going to get the lane pushed out. Have to be a little bit careful as soon as they see the Roche claimed. Second Roche, so Aegis and Cheese from the Dire side.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Wills, you're playing with fire. Strilling out pretty far as well. They know the Roche is being taken on the Dire side. They're going to just keep cutting these waves, keep things pushed out as much as possible, trying to use all of the time and map space to get farm and to get themselves... Oh, Strilling. They're going to walk right into the Wraith King. Mort is sitting pretty low on health, but it's a lifestealer. Has the wounds, has the control. There's the Flaming Lasso. Strilling going to go down the first time. Super Nintendo Chalmers can connect as well. Hex there, Infest inside. No chance for the Wraith King to escape. Does have buyback available, so that is not going to be the end here. Creeps starting to hit into the base. Be careful how you play around your creeps. Comedy Bronze is going to be looking for another fat Echo Slam. Praetor keeping things pushed out in the bot lane. Wills cutting the waves in top. Illusion's starting to pressure in. Razzle Dazzle, they're going to look for the Mega Creeps first.
Dire's courier has
Soul Mind out onto 2. Raven trying to mitigate this, but nobody there to follow up.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Just chunking away at the building. Strilling saving the buyback for now, but it's going to be Mega Creeps. Praetor charges in. The Rage is there. The Hex. Sweet Pumagoo waiting in the perfect spot outside the base. Inkswell in. Able to man to dodge the stun. Praetor chasing forward. Trying to bring down this Invoker, but has the cheese. And now Super Nintendo Chalmers in with the unstable concoction. Ags up on Lion. Strilling and Praetor go down. No respawn. For Strilling, it's still on cooldown, and GG is called. Raven's Black Death, they do not manage to hold Razzle Dazzle Comedy Bronze. with the 4-man Echo Slam as we say goodbye to game number 2. Razzle Dazzle even out the series. That game felt like it went, for a lot of it, pretty similar to game 1. But there was Raven's Black Death couldn't find the magic they found in the first game to make the comeback they needed. And man, the farm on these cores, even the Invoker got up pretty high. Oh, that must have been a... Was Alk... How many... I didn't pay attention to any Ags the Alk was building. There were 2 Ags at the end. Who had... Yeah, for the other 2 cores. Invoker. That was where... Oh, that's where your... Ags for your Lifestealer came from. And I don't think we ever got to see the Cataclysm. That was pretty close to the end of the game. But good stuff. Good stuff from Razzle Dazzle. Way to even out the series. We're going to check out game number 3 in just a moment. So once again, stick around. We'll be back soon. Alright, and we are back for game number 3 for our crown bracket, upper bracket quarterfinal rewind cast of Razzil Dazzle versus Ravens Black Death. Ravens Black Death took game number 1. Razzil Dazzle bounced back for game number 2. Send it to a game 3 to decide who moves on in the upper bracket, who drops down to the lower bracket. Dark Willow remains banned out by Razzle Dazzle. Bat Rider eats the ban this time around. Timbersaw taken out again by RBD. Nature's Prophet again by Razzle Dazzle. So a mix of bans between game 1 and game 2. This time, Dawnbreaker does get banned out by Ravens Black Death, so we'll see another unique first pick from Razzle Dazzle. Warlock taken away, so not a ton of Game 2 heroes banned out, really just the Bat Rider. Dark Willow and Dragon Knight have been constant through the series, and then Timber, Dawn, Nature's Prophet, and Warlock we all saw in Game 1. Techie's going to be the pickup for Razzle Dazzle. What they go to for opening. Probably going to be a Sergeant Sarcasm hero. I believe that's where we expect to see the Techies played. Winter Wyvern taken by Raven's Black Death. So I think that'll be... yeah, it's got to be the Yield Raven hero. Could be a flex as well, though. Again, RBD, known for some funky drafts. Certainly could be flexed over to a core role when seeing other teams do it. AM, Legion Commander taken out by Razzle Dazzle. Techie's leg in 1.5 speed is going. Faceless Void, the other ban from Raven's Black Death. Maybe concerned about seeing that as a follow-up to another Invoker pick with the Dawnbreaker banned out. Bloodseeker as the response to the Techies. So it's a scary... if this Techies gets Ags, both teams have to be very scared of moving in this game. Bloodright gives you a really nice follow-up to Winter's Curse. They'll go to the Shadow Demon. Also, I feel like is a Sergeant Sarcasm hero, but maybe Pony Ride plays it too. Maybe this Techies is going somewhere weird. Yeah, Razzle Dazzle do indeed go back to the Invoker. Tusk going to be picked up again by Ravens Black Death. Had that for Comedy Bronze in Game 1. Lots of saves. The Snowball and the Disruption going to be pretty nice for these teams. This Bloodseeker, I feel like might be going in the mid lane. Could go carry. I mean, can go any core. Curious where we will see it end up for them. Ooh, back to the Sand King for Praetors. Yeah, I think that basically locked in as a carry Bloodseeker. Could also, like, we saw Praetor play the Sand King before, but this could be a Will's Sand King this time around. Night Stalker, the response from Razzil Dazzle. Centaur taken out. So yeah, they're expecting the Sand King to be back in the mid lane. Night Stalker is going to be good for getting on the Winter Wyvern. Probably very helpful against the Sand King too with the AoE silence. I think that must be the logic there. Sven Lifestealer banned out by Rune's Black Death, worried about those durable melee carries. Makes sense. Although if Razzle Dazzle are thinking about picking those, I don't know that they would normally ban Centaur. And they respect the flexibility of the Sand King, ban out the Zeus. Ooh, the Medusa that they've been banning all series now comes out for the pick, and Lycan. So, ooh, it's a carry Lycan, offlane Sand King, mid Bloodseeker, so they do switch things around. Interesting. These feel like somewhat similar drafts to each other in some ways. In some ways, very different. Because, like, you've got so much run at you with, like, the Night Stalker, the Bloodseeker, the Lycan. Everybody's going to be running around. Everybody's going to be dying as they run around because there's a Techies and a Bloodseeker in this game. But then you have the Mort Medusa, so Razzle Dazzle poised for the late game. RBD, the potential to end much sooner. Let's talk about hats. On Bronze still rocking a good Tusk. Oh. Yeah, with the 1.5 speed, I don't have as much time to think about and talk about the drafts. Not anything on the Shadow Demon, I think, is gonna lose the hats draft for Razzle Dazzle. I'm gonna do the same thing I accidentally did last time and leave the 1.5 on until the teams collide. Because there's not much to see in the walking out to lane. Yeah, not as impressive as last time, but I think Raven's Black Death do win the hats draft again in Game 3. Wolves doing some scouting. Everybody's setting up around this rune. Both teams have gone to this part of the map in all 3 games, but this time I'm going to take it a little more easy. No fights break out. Wills, again, going to be the only person who goes for either of these runes. Two to two on their runes to start. It's gonna be, yeah, Comedy Bronze playing down bot all 3 games. Will's taking a good amount of harass to start things off. Sweet Poo Magoo throwing out the poison. Oh, even with just the level 1 Shadow Poison, nearly just kills Will's. This is going to be a hard lane to play into. You're going to have the Mystic Snakes being incredibly annoying the whole time through. This is already scary for Raven's Black Death. See how they choose to play around that. The Bloodseeker, I can't imagine lanes quite as well into the Invoker as the Primal Beast did. When you're just able to sidestep the big silence and damage. Courier gonna get brought down to the bot lane. We see First Blood, but let's, like, actually watch First Blood. Oh, steps up for the Courier kill, gets blocked in. Wolves there as well. Yeah, trades their life for the Courier, which, for a First Blood, not necessarily worth it. Mort is sitting not on the most mana. I mean, obviously has the Mystic Snake to keep that up. I always remind myself to look at the blue bar, not the red bar, when checking for where fights might be happening. Snowball forward onto Sergeant Sarcasm. Just got level 2, blocked in by the Ice Shards. Does have the Blast off to be able to get away. And get away they shall. Snowball forward onto Sergeant Sarcasm. Looking to find another kill on this techies. The Wolves. Oh, with the tag team. Well, does that work with the Wolves? I don't know. Super Nintendo Chalmers taking a bunch of damage too. Yeah, affects attacks from allied heroes, Tusk, or any of his units. So not allied units. But like if you ever picked up a Helm Dom on Tusk for some reason. Mostly maybe there's an offlane build to be had with that, with Helm Dom being a little cheaper than it was and having the built-in Midas-like effect. Ooh, blast off in from Sergeant Sarcasm, Strilling. Oh, the snowball save is there. Gonna chase forward on Sergeant Sarcasm. That is gonna bring them pretty deep. Has the wand. Comedy Bronze is gonna finish off the techies, and Strilling escapes. It's killing spree as Comedy Bronze has killed this techies 3 times. Those are the 3 kills in this game. Sweet Pumagoo lend some support down here to the bottom lane, as Mort's been pretty uncontested up top. See if they can get some revenge for the techies here. Strilling. It's nighttime, you gotta be careful. Into the snowball again, but he's gonna get dragged under tower. Scary place to be. Comedy Bronze taking the tower shots for now. Get the disruption. Control up Strilling, looking for the TP away, but a little optimistic. Gets brought down, they get 2 kills, so very nice rotation from Sweet Pumagoo. And yeah, really not punished for it, because this Medusa is so damn tanky. The mana shield. Still a decent amount of action top is... Oh yeah, Sterling went for that TP, so has to walk back, but... not the worst. You have 2 heroes that interact with nighttime. You don't have Howl yet, so... Praetor looking to make a rotation up towards the top lane with the damage amp rune. Mid lane, very even in last hits. Nightstalker in the lead. Pretty sizable lead over Strilling's Lycan, but otherwise pretty even for these cores across the board. Praetor back down bot. We're going to get the Dark Ascension popped by Super Nintendo Chalmers, looking to set up, and Sterling again goes for the TP again, and it's not enough again. Able to bring them down. Oh, and they find Comedy Bronze back under the tower. Sweet Pumagoo. And with these 3 heroes down here, they've fully turned around this lane, plus the nighttime timing. And it seems like Mort feeling the pressure up here to some degree. Not really. I mean, second in last hits. Right there with Praetor and the Invoker. I'm going to set up on Pony Ride. Doesn't have the Rupture available. Just goes into the Ghost Walk with the Disruption save. Even with that haste rune, not able to find the kill they're hoping for. Stun goes out, controlling up Praetor. They have the damage, the snowball save to get them off the map, and the shards to block off the path. Excellently played by Comedy Bronze. Is nothing funny about how good this guy is at Tusk. Ooh, Rupture out on Pony Ride. Doesn't quite have Tornado or EMP up. Silence lands, but does have the Ghost Walk. Oh, Will's nearly on the mark. Has the Sandstorm. Not going to be cancelled by the Disruption. They connect in. They find the kill they're looking for, finally, on this Invoker. Silence down. Back into the Sandstorm for Sweet Pumagoo. Will's with the Burrow Strike and the Punch. Double kill for Comedy Bronze, who is now 5-2 on this Tusk. Still has all of Raven's Black Death's kills. Guy is absolutely owning. Ooh, nice sidestep of the tornado as Pony Ride comes back into lane. Nintendo Chalmers TPing down bot, gonna pop the Dark Ascension, chase forward towards the old Raven. Pops the Void. Oh, but Raven turns with the Winter's Curse. It's gonna be a short duration because there's no enemies hitting. They do finish off Raven. Now they try to turn over towards Super Nintendo Chalmers. Punch up out of the sky, but now silenced. Meanwhile, Praetor's in. So it's a trade of supports. So Super Nintendo, I mean, gets 2 supports for 1 essentially there, so can't complain. Oh no, that's Sweep and Miko. I was like, oh, they're gonna run into each other at the Twin Gates. They're both going through at the same time. Oh, they're on the same team. Never mind. Void out on his Trilling. Doesn't have the Dark Ascension. Oh, interrupt the wolf form. Or at least, and doesn't interrupt it. It doesn't cancel it, but puts them in a bubble for a moment. This is a sick... I've not seen this wolf cosmetic before. No, come back. I didn't want... Give me the... Yeah, it's a good looking wolf. Oh. Up top, while we look at cosmetics, we get a kill from Praetor onto Sergeant Sarcasm. No rupture required that time. Oh, set up from Comedy Bronze. There's the rupture now. They have the dust, so it's just going to stand still, but no chance of surviving. Yield Raven steps over to help and ultimately steal the kill. We'll set up Raven's Black Death. Be able to push in mid tier 1. Smoke up and Will's... I mean, not subtly hunting with this Sandstorm, but postured up behind the Dire top tier 1 tower. Sergeant Sarcasm, oh no, walks right into the smoke. Snowball forward, blocked up. This combo. The Ice Shards into the Blood Right. So hard to escape and survive. Most of Raven's Black Death setting up. I should be looking at the net worth. Praetor up at the top to start things off again. Will's right behind. 2k net worth lead for Raven's Black Death. That is recently acquired. They were behind by about 2k for a while. They've chained together a few good kills here. And finally getting Strilling some space. Comedy Bronze also contributing to this net worth lead. 1,000 gold ahead of any other support in the game. Oh. Comedy Bronze with this 5-3-2 start is simply rushing the Aghanim Scepter. I adore that. Smoke on a couple heroes for Razzle Dazzle, but not clear exactly if they're trying to hunt somewhere here. Kind of just repositioning on the map. Raven's Black Death without a smoke is on the hunt. They're going to get some vision control. Dire Biangle, clean up a creep that was left behind as Medusa retreated. Mort's been quietly farming over here for a while, almost has the Manta style. Scan will tell them that they're still hanging out in the Biangle, which means they'll have a read on this smoke, but Pony Ride... deciding if they want to go hit this wave. Praetor. Oh, right there. Pony Ride gets spooked away. Disruption for extra Night Stalker illusions is not something we often see. Lots of teleports coming out here. Do have the Dark Ascension available, but they're going to set up on Sweet Pumagoo. No chance to escape into a disruption. Still on cooldown from helping push the tower. So it gets brought down. And RBD, they're gonna step up forward. They smoke again. Wills blinks right up into Sergeant Sarcasm, drops the Sandstorm. Holds on to the epicenter for the moment. Just needs another Burrow Strike to finish off the techies. And yeah, that's exactly how it'll go. Praetor even manages to snatch up the kill right at the end. Wills drops the Sandstorm to Nintendo Chalmers is like, I'm trying to farm these creeps. Sergeant Sarcasm comes over. Drops the blue ward. And yeah, there's the blink away. Ooh, silence from the Bloodrite gonna connect. Praetor. Gonna go forward. The EMP comes out, and that's gonna discourage Praetor from chasing forward further. Comedy Bronze in the area as well. But ultimately, they do not go for any of those. See, looks like, is that the full Helm of the Overlord on its way out? Sure is. Ooh, they spot Mort farming in the Ancients over here. Comedy Bronze sets up, runs away now from the Stone Gaze, now finally gets stunned up, but Wills is there to connect on the back, still has the epicenter. Mana nearly out. Super Nintendo Chalmers in with the Dark Ascensions, trying to set up on Ye Olde Raven, stopping the Winter's Curse from coming out. Meanwhile, Sterling still chasing forward on a Mort, but the disruption's there! It's gonna get Mort out of this! Praetor, has the vision, because even low on mana is low on health, but Praetor not going to be able to get there in time to finish off the kill. And now going to be forced to TP away. The Tornado unable to connect. So only Raven has died. Super Nintendo Chalmers finding Wills, but now into the safety of the Sandstorm. Means I thought like 9 heroes were going to die in that fight. It was 1. Like, the teams just did such a good job of, like, breaking up that fight. Pony Ride now setting up aggressive on Praetor. Praetor gets a nice kind of dodge off to the side. Mort gonna chase in now, though. There's the Mystic Snake. Bloodrite drops down. Oh, the disruption blocks the Sunstrike. The Winter's Curse there onto Pony Ride, but not much else to get damage into it. And again, everybody's just gonna walk away. Mort looking to defend a bit against the push Sterling's doing. Pony Ride making the move over here as well. Quite a few of RBD, or of RD playing in the area. I mean, it's really everybody playing right here. Wills jumps forward, Stone Gaze to try to protect Sergeant Sarcasm, but it's not going to be enough. Wills finishes off the kill on the techies. Dark Ascension popped up top. Super Nintendo Chalmers trying to chase down Winter Wyvern in the safety of the Cold Embrace for the moment. Now they're trying to turn Strilling in with the hunting pack, with the ult. Mort right in the middle of everything now. Comedy Bronze escapes into the snowball. Stone out on a pony ride. Blood right. Doesn't catch them. And now the Winter's Curse onto pony ride. It's quite a bit of damage this time. Super Nintendo Chalmers still chasing forward, but gets blocked up by the punch. And again, nobody dies. Like, there's so much initiate. There's so much, like, initial go, but then there's not nearly enough catch, it feels like, on these teams. There's plenty of mobility. As Ice Shards come out, but Sergeant Sarcasm squeezes past him. Damage amp on Pony Ride. Who so far same build as last time around. Just going kind of even with the spells. No, maybe I didn't check earlier to see if they were focusing on one in particular. Probably were. Raven's Black Death looking to continue to play aggressive, and knowing that they'll have Shapeshift back up before Dark Ascension by about 30 seconds. Like, those ults, I feel like, go pretty hand in hand. So having the lower cooldown one feels pretty good for RBD. Will's looking to jump forward, but doesn't quite find a stun on anybody. Certain Sarcasm throws out the Sticky Mine. Sometimes it feels like these teams are just, like, stancing up to each other, but not, like, nobody actually wants to commit to a fight. We're going to get the Shapeshift out as they just look to push down this tower. Sergeant Sarcasm wanting to defend it. All of Raven's Black Death just about is here. Super Nintendo Chalmers is going to come in with the Dark Ascension. Pony Ride showing up as well. Tower not quite getting brought down, and Mort is right in the middle again, teeing off on Comedy Bronze. Strilling looking to finish off Pony Ride. One more hit would do it. Praetor's there to find it and going to chase down Sweet Pumagoo again. Buyback from the techies. And get back into this fight, and Super Nintendo Chalmers toe-to-toe with Praetor, but pops, gets the lifesteal from the Blood Rage. Now Strilling, the creeps have been cleaned up by Mort, and the damage from techies, this buyback, it's actually massive! The damage from the mines. And Mort just standing their ground the whole time. Turn that into, I mean, tell me the numbers, Dota, because, yeah. I mean, it's 4 dead on either side, but it's a buyback from techies, and it's this. This column, very scary. The fact that your Dusa is the one who survives the whole fight, very scary. Oh, and that's going to be nearly the butterfly finished for the Dusa. If they couldn't kill the Dusa before, with a Lycan and a Bloodseeker, how are you killing a Medusa with a butterfly? I think the answer is simply that you aren't. Yeah, Mort way out ahead now. RBD actually holding out the net worth lead at this point? I mean, it's... Wow, there's really never been a big net worth lead, huh? Like, that's the peak there, and it's less than 3K. That's crazy. Like, 26 minutes in, never more than a 3,000 gold net worth lead? Wills comes through. Oh, and there's the Rupture from Praetor connecting, and it has the BKB, has the TP. No way to stop it yet. Does cost the 9-second BKB of Super Nintendo Chalmers, but them out alive. Sergeant Sarcasm, though, steps up trying to get some vision. Gets brought down. Well, that'll wear off the buyback timer, and oh, now the Basher on the way for Praetor. So that BKB TP will not be an option next time, unless Praetor gets very unlucky with the hits. Ravens Black Death, they head into the Roshan pit, looking to be a team that strikes first on Roshan this time around. Razzil Dazzle, they're in the area, maybe just thinking about doing the same thing. Raven gonna go play the role of Ward with the Shadow Amulet. Wolves gonna help out with that as well. They're gonna drop the Winter's Curse onto the Night Stalker. Raven gonna look to just get through the Twin Gate. Super Nintendo Chalmers sets up, oh, the silence interrupts the gate. Rupture into the kick! Oh! Oh, we forgot about that one. The Aghanim Scepter that was rushed by the Tusk just completely deletes the Night Stalker. Combo with the Rupture. Wills jumps in on top of Mort. Can they kill this Medusa? Comedy Bronze trying to chip in, but look at the damage that's coming out. There's another kick saying, please, I can't handle this anymore. But into the rock rolling through. Pony Ride is going to manage to find the move speed to escape. They're chasing in, so they don't end up finishing their Roche. Pony Ride now back in onto Shrilling. EMP's there, but has the magic wand. Cold Snap in now, but Will's gonna jump in. Burrow Strike onto one. Mort is still so hard to deal with, though. Praetor is going to finish off Pony Ride. Now, can Wills and Praetor together bring down this Medusa out of mana, out of life? Well done by Raven's Black Death. Yeah, the magic damage from the Sand King with that Ags online. That is going to be enough to get through the Butterfly. Magic damage don't care about the butterfly. Sergeant Sarcasm TP's up here wanting to help defend the tower. But nobody else is home, and they're just going to set up on the techies. Bring them down. Dominating for Praetor now. BKB finished for Lycan. BKB and Basher up on Bloodseeker. Raven's Black Death go finish what they started, now that it's moved to the Radiant side. Still the first Roche, so which side it's on doesn't matter. Timing of it is going to set up the potential respawns, as Roche generally respawns about 10 minutes from the last one, though this one's close enough to the edge that we could see it on the Dire or Radiant side. Also, that only ends up mattering if these teams go for it right after the respawn. Will not necessarily be the case. But off of that fight at the Roche Pit, I mean, we were just talking about how the biggest lead of the game so far was 3k net worth lead. Boom, 8k. Raven's Black Death suddenly in firm control of this game with the lead with the Aegis 31 minutes in. This game feels like it's evolved a little slower than the last game. Like, last game around this time, it was only a few minutes after this that Razzil Dazzle took their second Aegis and then just won the game with it. That was at 37 minutes. Raven's Black Death, it does now seem like they're developing this lead, but because this has been so close, it's been not a super high kill game. So there's been just a lot more time for people to get space, to get farm. You have these really powerful cores getting built up. Crit stick done on Medusa. Is that going to be for a Conda or for a... Probably just a Daedalus. But Conda with the Mystic Snake sounds pretty fun. Raven's Black Death going to work on the middle tower now. Feeling pretty confident with this Aegis ready to go, though it's actually it's Praetor who's not carrying the Aegis, standing up the front. Now Sterling will come over and join with this tier 2 down. So Raven's Black Death clear out all of the Dire tier 2 towers before any of their tier 2s have gone down. So they are going to step right up into high ground. Still a little over half of their Aegis timing remaining. A lot of the Strilling Swarm does get cleaned up. They try to push. This is not an easy... Like, Medusa's so hard to push high ground into. Razzle Dazzle pretty content just sitting up in their high ground, waiting out this Aegis. They're not getting a ton of space out on the map, so that gold lead continuing to grow up to 12k now. God, it's a techies for the high ground defense too. And the info, like, this defense team for Razzle Dazzle is insane. Very hard high ground to break into. A minute left on the Aegis. Strilling. Feeling like probably just want to use it Sergeant Sarcasm jumps forward, gets stunned up immediately by the Burrow Strike, but the save from Sweet Pumagoo has that Aether Lens, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. One more pop from the Ags, but Mort just going in and dealing out so much damage onto the Yules. Pony Ride gets the Sunstrike kill. Tips there. Yeah, even Will says, nice one. Punishing that Yules with the Sunstrike. Aegis expires. Raven's Black Death still holding pretty good control of the dire side of the map. Sweet Pumagoo just trying to get a little vision where they can. Razzle Dazzle. Now that the Aegis is down, do smoke up on a few heroes. Do they want to go out looking for something? Raven's Black Death largely backing up at this point. That is a... It's a dire ward blocking the dire ancient camp. Interesting. I mean, you haven't been in control of your own triangle for a while, so I guess I kind of get it. Or maybe it was just dropped in the heat of the fight. Tier 4 neutral items coming out. Pair of Mindbreakers for RBD. Little extra damage. A nice silence for you. Damage Amperoon on Praetor. Super Nintendo pushing this out. We're going to see this blood right. Just back up into the high ground. So yeah, even with the Aegis down, it looks like Razzle Dazzle fully in on the defense plan. Oh, the beauty of the rewind cast is the luxury of fast forwarding through the pauses. Okay. Hopefully my game isn't too confused from all of that jumping ahead. I don't know why this bar doesn't seem to be working correctly, but that's okay. We'll just stick to the 10-second jumps. EKB and Harpoon finish on Night Stalker. Tons of control options for this guy. More ways to keep people inside the crippling fear. Oh, investment banking for Raven's Black Death. They find 5 bounty runes plus 1 on the other side of the map. Nobody's touched the Radiant Jungle in so long. Alright, 40 seconds until Roshan number 2 spawns. Blink Dagger done on Tusk, so now we're really going to see these jump-in repositions. That's going to be a pretty important high ground breaking tool. Telescope on Yield Raven as well. Nintendo Chalmers getting out on the map. Does Will spot anything here? Ooh, is now going to step up. Oh, but immediately Super Nintendo Chalmers is just going to be the one to set up onto Will's, but Yield Raven's there with the Winter's Curse. The BKB now Harpoon back onto the Wyvern. Now here comes Razzle Dazzle showing up as Raven's Black Death does. Raven goes down. Sergeant Sarcasm falls on the other side. Mort, though, gets the Stone Gaze onto Will's, able to Burrow Strike away. Praetor in the middle of everybody, now going to get silenced up in the Crippling Fear. Left kind of alone up on an island at the Skeleton on the dire side of the map. They do manage to finish off Sweet Pumagu as Strilling in on the back, brings down Pony Ride as well. Strilling is fully in, but now Mort is able to turn and stand the ground. Oh, just sneaks away. Comedy Bronze going to let Strilling be able to TP away. Now the rest of Raven's Black Death set up around Mort, but can they bring down the Medusa? The Manta is there. Praetor goes down, and now do you have the damage? Will's trying to tear in, but Super Nintendo Chalmers is back. They bring down Comedy Bronze. Will's falls as well, and Mort, with no mana, with 100 HP, triple kill, and survives through it all again. So Razzle Dazzle, massive bounce back fight, and again all into the pocket of their Medusa. Mort fully putting the team on the back in this game number 3 to try to get them through the series, keep them out of the lower bracket. Big swing back. I mean, still a 13k net worth lead, still 64% probability for RBD. Now the game feeling quite a bit more even again, despite Engine Lead. What just happened that changed the gold so much? Went from like 13k to 10k. That was weird. We might have sold an item or something. Oh, Strilling is going to get found by Mort. Chases on. Razzle Dazzle once again playing aggressive here after so long. BKB turn from Strilling back towards Pony Ride, but Super Nintendo Chalmers pops the Dark Ascension, who's right on top of the Wolf. Comedy Bronze rolls in, trying to keep Mort off of the Lycan. But Super Nintendo Chalmers is trying to chase them down. Sunstrike from Pony Ride! Perfect positioning despite the hasted Wolf. Comedy Bronze now getting torn into by Mort. They set up under the Blood Right, but Yield Raven goes down. Super Nintendo Chalmers on top of Praetor. Will's channeling up. The Epicenter doesn't quite get interrupted, able to get it off, able to set up onto Pony Ride, but is it enough? Super Nintendo Chalmers chasing forward onto Praetor, trying to find that kill. Can't make it happen. Mort finishes off Will's. It's a full team wipe. The net worth lead is completely gone, and this game's back to even at 43 minutes. My goodness, what a fight. That's a 1 for 5. That's an insanely perfect fight from Razzle Dazzle. They go from their high ground being pushed into now they're going to be looking to go up into Raven's Black Death's high ground. This is at least going to be damage on this tier 3. Decent chunk of it even without creeps. Oh no. Super Nintendo Chalmers said, I am sick of getting hit by this damn Winter's Curse, and picked up the Lincolns. As the respawns come in, Razzle Dazzle, they back off of the high ground, make their way back over to the mid tier 2. And for the first time in so long in this game, Razzle Dazzle have the net worth lead. They're going to be the ones to go into the Roche pit now. Still the second Roche, Aegis Cheese here on the Dire side. Having just moved back over here. Scan is there. Raven's Black Death, they're making their way in. They are ready to contest this Roche. Dark Ascension popped. Dust onto Wills. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, bringing down Yield Raven first. Control out onto 2. Comedy Bronze trying to give them space off of Mort. Strilling now, chasing over towards Sweet Pumagoo, trying to bring down the supports. Praetor setting up in Wills. Can they put enough damage into Mort? It feels like this Medusa just takes absolutely no damage, even looking at her mana pool. Super Nintendo Chalmers, just BKB on top of all of them. Comedy Bronze gets brought down. Wills with the Sandstorm, trying to bring down Pony Ride, but Raven's Black Death, they can't find anything. Praetor somehow manages to escape on absolutely no health. Razzle Dazzle on the hunt. Wills has a TP, but gets brought back at Dust again. Super Nintendo Chalmers, itemizing so well against all the things that were causing Razzle Dazzle frustration throughout this game. The Yules are there, turn back towards Wills. Strilling gets brought down by Mort in the meantime. Praetor is back in, but is the only one alive now. Wants to try to find a kill on somebody, but the damage from Mort, they're just kiting him around. No way to get out, and it's a team wipe again. Wills by his back, and he's back in on their own 1v3. The Sandstorms are there. It's a good amount of damage, but can you possibly find enough even to bring down Pony Ride? Actually, Pony Ride in a bit of trouble, but now turns. Oh my goodness, Wills! And they find Super Nintendo Chalmers as well. Yield Raven helping out. Wow. Will's so low. Stone Gaze is there. But now they don't have detection. I can't believe... I thought this was such an insane buyback from Wills. But it's there with the support respawns. They're setting up on Mort. Mort's all alone on this island. Pony Ride trying to get there. But the Medusa is out of mana. The health bar is being hit, but Sweet Pumagoo is there with the disruption. Oh, and the shards block off Wills! No! Oh, Wills wants to finish this off, has the Shivas to connect, but has gotten some mana back. They have the blue ward this time. Sweet Pumagoo is there. Raven and Comedy Bronze still playing on the outside of this fight. Mort trying to escape. The Disperser to get away. Wills is going to bring down the Shadow Demon. Comedy Bronze goes down as well, though. And at the end of the day, they cannot find Mort. Wow. That is one of the more insane fights I've seen. I thought that fight was over like 3 times. I can't believe... I thought Sweet Pumagoo... what an insane disruption. I thought for sure that was gonna be pointless, that they had Mort. I cannot believe Mort gets out there. And then if I think back further, I can't believe that I thought Mort wouldn't get out there, because... oh my goodness, it didn't look like Raven's Black Death were going to have a chance to turn that fight around. This all started, by the way, with Razzle Dazzle going into the Roche pit and Raven's Black Death showing up to contest it. Raven's Black Death does manage to snag that Roche. So they take the second Roche at 49 minutes, pick up another Aegis for Strilling. And now it's a 5k lead for Razzle Dazzle, but it's an Aegis for Raven's Black Death. Like, we're so 55 to 45. It's the win probability here. God, this late game Medusa is so terrifying. So the Disperser, the Lincolns. This... I mean, we saw game 1 go to 60 minutes. I don't think we actually saw any tier 5 items, because the game was kind of in the process of being ended. This game is feeling like has the potential to go to 60 again. Well, we have the Holy Locket on Yield Raven, the extra Cold Embrace heals. The Cold Embrace is quite good this game. Like, the only things you're still getting hit by are, like, Techie's Mines, which, granted, is a lot of damage. I mean, I guess the Mystic Snake can be scary, but, like, the vast majority of the damage you're concerned with is right-clicks from Medusa and from the Night Stalker. AC on the Night Stalker, just amp up the Medusa even more. Solar Crest, same thing. Like, Razzle Dazzle, they know what the game plan is here. Yeah, similar build. Lincoln's on all 3 cores. Because, yeah, there's the Winter's Curse, there's the Rupture. Like, it's easy for it to get lost in a fight, but when was the last Rupture we saw? I'd love to see the Agnims on Techies in this game. I feel like between Lycan, like all 3 of these cores, Bloodseeker, Lycan, and Sand King, they can get so punished by a Techie's Ags. You have the full Wind Waker on Sand King alongside the Shivas. Like, a lot of these cores are very big. I mean, as they should be at 50 minutes, but... Bloodthorn being worked on by the Bloodseeker appropriately. Swift Blink the next target for the Medusa. Super Nintendo Chalmers is just going to go straight Moonshard. Oh, going for the Crimson Guard on Sweet Pumagoo. Like, full maximum team save. We've already got the Greaves on the Techies. Sitting on the Timeless Relic when fights break out. Don't know what the plan... Maybe this will be an Ags, with the amount of gold being saved up. I think still deciding on their side. Bull's working on the Halberd. That's a big item. That maybe should have been purchased already. We have a ready-to-go Rapier in the backpack of Strilling at 53 minutes. This Aegis, like, nobody... Raven's Black Death, I mean, they tried going high ground like 20 minutes ago, and it didn't work. And they feel far less ahead. Like, they barely have a lead. They didn't have a lead at the start of this Aegis. So you certainly don't feel like you can go high ground now. So this Aegis has kind of just been insurance for everybody to keep farming. Got lots of gold on Raven. Still deciding what to do with that. Blink Dagger finished on Comedy Bronze. I think that's been around Atos, the next pickup. Probably just as, like, a Lincoln's Breaker, honestly. Just a long-range way to make sure that your more important spells can get through. You also have Snowball for that, but you don't really want to risk your save on going into a Lincoln's. So Raven's Black Death, they're going to hold down control of the map. As the Aegis has expired and the Rapier has been assembled. Raven's Black Death, they're going all in. They need that extra damage to chew through this Medusa. They have the MKB as well. So the Butterfly not going to do much to help the Medusa be able to survive. Damage Amp Rune found on Praetor. Sterling wasn't very far away. Maybe could have let the Damage Amp Rune sit around for your Rapier Carrier, but you know, we all like getting a Damage Amp Rune. What has Super Nintendo Chalmers been offered for higher neutral items to still be carrying a Light Collector? The Trickster Cloak on the Sand King. About a minute until the possibility of another Roche respawn. I'm sure Raven's Black Death pretty content to wait until they get a fresh Aegis for Strilling to try to protect that Rapier, and then they go for a high ground push. They'd really like to find a catch, and Praetor may have found one. Bloodthorn out onto Sergeant Sarcasm. Has the Glimmer and the TP. No way! There's no vision. There's no way to have a slot for it. It's 56 minutes in. Super Nintendo Chalmers pop in the Dark Ascension. They chase the rest of Raven's Black Death out of their jungle in the meantime, but nobody dies. Aghanim Scepter finished on Yield Raven, making the transition, has the Shadow Blade as well. Start to get into the high damage options. Also a good escape tool, even for the support. Like, obviously you're doing it to get all of these attacks in, but always being able to get into flying movement, quite nice. Still sitting on a good amount of gold on this Techies. Sweet Pumagoo making progress towards the Crimson Guard. As these teams are so close to colliding with each other. I don't know that they've even seen Strilling yet. They might just fully not know that there's a Rapier in the game. Yeah, we don't get to see if they ping any items in the chat. Wills does get spotted out. The Windbreaker not quite up to the high ground, but has the Burrow Strike. But here comes Super Nintendo Chalmers. They have more dust. They have Wills controlled up. Praetor throws down the Bloodright. From really far away. What? Oh, yeah. But it's just that long of a cast range. And with the movement speed, I guess, was farther away than where they were when they first cast it. Looking at a Moonshard for the Bloodseeker as well. Razzle Dazzle, they want to at least check for a Will's buyback, and they will immediately find it. Do they still try to go high ground here? There's an Aegis available, and Strilling knows it. They have kept track of their times. It's also 59 minutes, so we're going to see quite a few things happening here. We've got the punishment for the attempt at high ground. Sergeant Sarcasm is the penance that Razzle Dazzle must pay. Now, because they had the last Roche, the Roar goes out, and Strilling is in a scary place now. Doesn't have boots in the main inventory, looking to TP away. Super Nintendo Chalmers pops the Dark Ascension. It's not going to be enough, but that does mean Razzle Dazzle is going to get this Aegis. It's going to be Cheese and an Aghanim Scepter. Got already a consumed Ags for the Medusa. Looks like it's going to be the Cataclysm that they pick up. Raven's Black Death, they're showing up to fight this, but Raven already brought down. They get another Rupture into the kick, so Super Nintendo Chalmers is brought down in response. Will's backing up, Pony Ride getting chased down by the Wolves. Big Bad Wolf with the BKB. Nighttime ends. Super Nintendo Chalmers back in. Strilling, though, is taking so much damage from Mort. Punch up into the air. Oh, they nearly kill the Medusa, but it's not enough. It's a Rapier on the deck. Comedy Bronze picks it up. They find the Aegis as Praetor connects in as well. Will's back in, but now controlled up. Right on top of Mort. The Disruption blocks the stun, but Wills is certainly still dead, I think. Gets through, has the Wind Waker. Invis for a moment, blink away! Are you kidding me? Sunstrike again, not quite in place, but Mort is there with the blink. So the Roche fight, I mean, they claim the Aegis, and they save the Rapier. It's back in Strilling's hands. Omni Bronze was the one to pick it up, so it couldn't be transferred to any other heroes on the team. Not that I think that they want to anyway. Now, are we going to see the Tier 5 items starting to get picked up? Razzle Dazzle, they just want to push and get the last of the Tier 2 towers. Now, can they go high ground? It's 90 seconds without Sand King. They have another Dark Ascension. Praetor, BKB to escape the Crippling Fear. Comedy Bronze does not have the same luxury. BKB on the Night Stalker as they chase forward. Comedy Bronze trying to get away. The Stone Gaze from the Medusa Ags. Oh, but the save! The Cold Embrace is there! Super Nintendo Chalmers pops the cheese, finally able to bring down Comedy Bronze, but now controlled up under the towers, Lycan chasing forward. That's 2 minutes without the Night Stalker. Medusa controlled up inside the Ice Shards, but dealing so much damage. Praetor brought low, Praetor dead. Pony Ride just chunking in from the outside, Strilling trying to tear through the Medusa. Finally, the Walrus Punch finds it. The damage from the Rapier, it's what they needed to be able to get through the Medusa. TP away from Pony Ride. Buyback from Mort now, because the creeps are pushing into the base. The Helm Dome creeps. The Siege creeps. They take barracks. There's Necrobook creeps as well. Because of all things, the Carry Lycan found the Book of the Dead. This is a terrifying pile of creeps to be able to push with now. Oh my goodness. $7K net worth lead for Razzle Dazzle. 58% win probability for Raven's Black Death. Hardly any buybacks available in the game. So many were used in that fight. Now the Tier 5 items get to continue coming out. Mirror Shield for Invoker. Terrifying for a team that already had to... Oh my goodness. Already had all of these Lincolns against... Oh my goodness, how many Mirror Shields will it be? So brutal. It's an Apex for Medusa. Rapier disassembled in the backpack of Mort now as well. This Medusa has Aghanims, Synth, Shard, Apex, 6 items in the inventory, essentially 2 items in the backpack. That's not counting all of the items that the team built that buff her up as well. Comedy Bronze has the Force Boots for another save for the team. Raven still sitting on the Telescope waiting for the Tier 5 neutral. Looks like Wills has the neutral on its way out. What did, Techie still just has the Timeless. I feel like it's going to be a Giant's Ring for the Sand King. But imagine a Seer Stone. Oh, okay, it's a Mirror Shield. We've got a Scythe the Vice finished on Comedy Bronze. Oh, it's a Giant's Ring on Praetor, which makes him look like a normal-sized hero. Super Nintendo hunting. Pops the Dark Ascension. Praetor. They have the idea that this is where he is. Get the control with the BKB TP. Do they have a bash? They do not. Praetor gets away. We continue. 65 minutes. Almost everybody has their tier 5 items. Everybody but Raven on the Radiant side. Everybody but Sergeant Sarcasm on the Dire side. And those may be intentional choices. They have strong tier 4 neutral items. They might have gotten things that they didn't think were better on their token, or their teams might not have found all their tokens yet. Or there's just one in the stash. So that has to be he just prefers the Timeless Relic. And then if I click on... Okay, they just found their 5th one. Or was that... That wasn't a stolen one, was it? That would be insane. That's like game-changing if a tier 5 token gets stolen. Okay, now it's on the courier for Raven. 4,800 gold. Could just buy an Ags for the techies if they wanted it. Still deciding what would be best to spend that gold on. Rapier still disassembled in the backpack for Mort. Holding on to commit to it, maybe all the way until they're ready to try to end the game. It's another Mirror Shield for the techies, dear God. It is now so hard. Like, Praetor just kind of doesn't get to push this button anymore. It's... The 12-second cooldown reflected Rupture on 3 heroes. They spot Will's farming this camp, or farming this wave. There's lots of heroes in the area. Super Nintendo Chalmers chasing out Mort right on top of Strilling. Gets into the Lycan form. Just wants to get away, chasing forward onto Wills, but there's the Lincolns. Both ways the Mirror Shields yield. Raven trying to escape, has the Aeon Disc, has the heals, the Sunstrike, but it's not going to go through. Oh, that's the full Cataclysm committed, but right back into the Crippling Fear, and Raven hits the deck. Does have buyback available. Strilling still just trying to escape. Has another BKB. Has another Shapeshift. Refresher Orb into the backpack. But getting controlled up. They're still finding it. Tons of lifesteal coming through though. But now dead. And Rapier on the deck. Rapier assembled for Medusa. There's 2 available. Super Nintendo Chalmers looking to be the one to pick it up. Will's trying to stop them. The control from the Sandstorm just trying to survive. Where did the Rapier go? Buybacks they're trying to end meanwhile. The creeps in the base. Praetor in the base as well. BKB TP out. The fight's happening in multiple places. Comedy Bronze saved the Rapier again. It is twice that the Lycan died with Rapier, and twice Comedy Bronze picks it up, gets it back to the base. Buyback from Lycan. Rapier waiting for you. Can you beat this Medusa? Oh, that's a big Winter's Curse. The rapier damage from Mort is huge. Brings down Super Nintendo Chalmers. Mort alone in the base now. Pony Ride trying to get there. The Stone Gaze controlling all of them. Will's just sitting on top of them. Look at these procs from the Ags. How do you do anything inside this Sandstorm? Strilling tears Pony Ride apart. Mort goes down 2. Rapier on the deck the other way now. Who picks up this one? Do they even see it? It's kind of inside. Oh, now they ping it out. It's a bit inside the base of... Oh my goodness, it's 2 rapiers for the Lycan. This is the biggest, baddest wolf there's ever been. 70 minutes in. Roche is back up. Do you even care? With the buybacks, I think you have to. Where do you go from here? I mean, you have such good push. You have the Book of the Dead creeps running down these lanes for you. Praetor escorting them along, looking towards the megas. Buyback from Pony Ride. They have Medusa's buyback available as well. Mines are going to deal with the bulk of the health bars of the Book of the Dead creeps, but here come the lane creeps, the sieges, but they have so much AoE damage. How do you push when the whole team's up? They don't even have the Medusa right now, but how do you push in? Praetor runs up with the Giant's Ring. Medusa buyback. And the Fortify. Super Nintendo Chalmers chasing forward. Strilling in the Rupture onto Super Nintendo Chalmers, which is going to look to TP away. Gets out! No way! The Snowball was coming in, but able to get out. No bash available. Razzle Dazzle backing up to rejoin their Night Stalker. Raven's Black Death picking up their creep wave again. Perhaps headed over towards Roche. But it hasn't... wait. It has... What? What the hell? Roche is... Oh, because it was nighttime from Super Nintendo Chalmers. That's... Okay. No, that makes way more sense. I thought it was a regular nighttime and something was messed up. Kind of like how it used to be with Night Stalker's old ult. You know, it's daytime. Roche is on the Radiant side. They're going to make their way over now. I went through the exact same thing as the players there. You could tell they were confused. I was like, wait, why isn't Roche on the Dire side right now? So they go into the pit. Mort keeping the creep wave away because that tier 3 tower has so little health. Strilling shows up. 2 Divine Rapiers. I mean, you want to have the Aegis on your Lycan, but you don't have the slot for it with 2 Rapiers. So it goes to Praetor, you pick up Refresher Shards so you can get another BKB Shapeshift. Will's in a bit of trouble, but dodges the tornado. Razzle Dazzle smoking out. Roshan's banner now picked up by Comedy Bronze. That's going to help even further if they want to get Mega Creeps, or if they just look to go for the end. There's no tier 4 towers. Courier spotted. No chance for the components of another Rapier. "74 minutes in. How does the ante get upped further? Where do you go from here?" 1 buyback on either side. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Once again, Dark Ascension hunting Comedy Bronze. Harpoon connects. Cataclysm with the control. Scythe gets reflected, but Praetor's there trying to keep Comedy Bronze alive. Tusk goes down, is the one player on Raven's Black Death with buyback. The stun is there to stop the TP away from the Rupture. Super Nintendo Chalmers trying to get away. The Mirror Shield reflects the Rupture back at Praetor. Has plenty of health, but they really can't afford to chase. Meanwhile, on the top side, Sergeant Sarcasm gets brought down by Strilling, but Strilling's so low. Damage from Mort coming through. Sitting on 2 Shadow Poison stacks. But able to escape. The 2 heroes that die are the 2 that have their buybacks. So has anybody really died? Oh, Praetor's gonna find a damage amp rune here. Does pick it up, because this time Strilling's not nearby. You have a Moon Shard on Strilling. There's just so many rapier attacks. Medusa manages to walk over to the secret shop, picks up the fresh rapier and the Moon Shard. Does have the Lincoln Sphere in the backpack, so is a little more susceptible, having not gotten a Mirror Shield. Although you have Cold-Blooded, which is almost as good as a Lincoln Sphere Mirror Shield. Dark Ascension popped again. Strilling is nearby, gonna shapeshift, but getting interrupted by the Cold Snap! Mort on top of Strilling, already down to half health! Super Nintendo Chalmers trying to chase down Raven. Tornado dodged by Strilling. The old Raven does go down. Strilling trying to escape, but the Gleipnir's there. No BKB available. No refresh available. Trying to escape, but they have the control, and that's 2 rapiers on the floor. Comedy Bronze, can he do it again? No inventory slot available, and gets brought down by Super Nintendo Chalmers. Mort isn't even going to pick up the rapiers because back in their base, the creeps are hitting the Ancient. Praetor trying to bring it down, but now just has to TP away again. The Fortify is there. They had to leave with the 2 rapiers on the ground. No way, Wills is going to be the one to get them. Pony Ride is moving towards them as well. Buyback from Yield Raven. The buybacks are coming off cooldown for Raven's Black Death. A few of them coming up for Razzle Dazzle as well. Razzle Dazzle going into the base. Wills protecting the rapiers. Strilling has reclaimed them, but the barracks have fallen. Buybacks now from the rest of Raven's Black Death. Just 2 buybacks remaining. Razzle Dazzle, they respect it. They back up. Super Nintendo Chalmers sticking to the trees. Flies away. The 3rd Divine Rapier in the queue. Satanic in the backpack. Still no Ags for the Wolf Bite. I feel like a Wolf Bite for your Bloodseeker would be pretty decent. But kind of just not worth it compared to the big damage of the Divine Rapiers. And I guess it's not amazing because your Bloodseeker is kind of already hasted. I don't know, Wolf Sand King could be fun. Will's pushing out top. Razzle Dazzle starting to threaten the base. There's so much wave clear. This is one of those games that feels like it couldn't possibly ever end. Because there's so much defense on both sides of the board. Dark Ascension, Super Nintendo Chalmers gets the Harpoon onto Comedy Bronze. Stun up, and the control with the Gleipnir. Strilling controlled, has the BKB if they need it. Cold Snap hitting in. The damage! No, Strilling's already gone! The crits with the rapier. Praetor picks up one of them. And they're just going to go for the end. They're going for the base race. Wills. Mega Creeps already on the Radiant side. Can they get them on the Dire? Tier 4 is down. They don't have enough in the Dire base. It's going to be Razzle Dazzle. But the Fortify, can they keep them off of the base? Can Praetor do it into the Dire base? They have the creeps there. But there's more damage for Razzle Dazzle, and they're the ones that do it at 79 minutes. They win the base race. They win the rapier fight. What an absolutely bonkers game. It is a crime that this game did not get cast live. I hope to have done it some degree of justice here, but I mean, phenomenal game for both of these teams. Absolutely mad. I mean, the back and forth of the rapiers, the back and forth of the whole game. What more can I say? What more can I possibly say? Kudos to both of these teams. Big shout outs to the admins on Raven's Black Death making this league happen. Of course, including Zach, who wasn't able to play in this series. I mean, such good stuff. Such good stuff. Looking forward to seeing more of these teams. Their next series have both been played. So you can go check those out. I won't show the bracket because you'd see the results of how they did in their next games, and maybe you're not all caught up if you're watching this live. But yeah, that's going to do it. Thanks so much for joining us. This was an absolute blast to cast. Big props to both of these teams. I am currently planning to be back on later for some more. For Marcy Boku versus Savory Characters. That's another upper bracket semifinals match. That should be a good one. So keep an eye out for that. If I'm still feeling up for it at the time, we shall see. But yeah, have a great rest of your Friday. Maybe see you later. Oh my god, I cast that whole third game without sound for Dota. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody.